and then access, meaning entrance to. I don't have control over your body. You do. I have control over mine. So does a woman.
So here's the problem. Okay, so this is the problem. So the problem is this. So if she is the house, the man is a house as well.
Yes.
Okay. So now
a car.
So the problem is when we do that, then therefore the houses got to come together. They got to.
He can't park his car in her garage if she don't open the door.
The garage is not the house. See, that's the problem with it, and that's the problem with using
the garage is the house. When you buy real estate, the garage is part of the house. It's the estate, man. Come on.
So, but the problem is, again, sex, right? Sex is more than one way to have sex. That's the issue. The problem is you're trying to say that woman, she has control of her own body is being access to sex. That is the issue. No, she has control of her own body. She doesn't have control to sex. Those are two different things.
Control of who has sex with her body. She can't control the sex I have with another woman's body. That woman does.
She does. She tries to. That's the whole purpose of
no woman has ever tried to stop me from having sex with another woman.
Yes, your wife says, hey, I do not want you having sex with nobody else. That is her.
That's because that's my wife.
So therefore,
when you single, that don't matter.
Therefore, now you yourself have control and access to sex because you control where you put your penis in. So now you have control as well. That is the issue that we have with this conversation. Men do not want to have any autonomous with sex, and it's a lie.
You're wrong. I have control over the access I give to women. If a woman makes advances at me and I'm not interested, I say no. I controlled access to sex with me. Just like if I make an advance at a woman and she says no, she's controlling the access that I have with her. It's the same.
Thank you. So therefore, the sex, they don't have control of that. Men and women both have control. You just said it. Thank you. I also want to bring in the rest of the people into the show.
I gotta go. This is crazy. I just said the same thing. You said yes, and then it's not the same. Sharon, take care of yourself. Listen, I'm gonna put my email. I gotta get with you. I'll put my email in the back.
Thank you. Hopefully you come back. Thank you, Aaron.
Sure. All right.
Shout out to 651 Mitt. How you feeling? We also got, where he go? We also got OtisWho in the building.
See you, Otis.
We also got Brownsville, New York, and the one and only. If you crappy, it ain't because of happy. How you doing?
Yo, good morning. Good morning.
Thank you. How's everybody else doing today?
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody that showed up. Thank you, Aaron. Aaron didn't have that much time. We got through it. And I think I proved my point, 651 Mitt, that it is a mutual event. It is not women just have the access. If we're going to have sex as some kind of property, sex is the house. And both parties have the key.
I see what you did here. I see what you do. You're a lawyer. You're a lawyer in your past lifetime. You're a lawyer. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with. I see. I listen.
Yeah.
I listen. They both have to consent legally. They both have to consent.
Yeah.
Legally, Otis. Don't look too deep in it. Legally.
I'm not looking deep. Don't put Otis in shit. Keep on going. I got mine.
Now, this is what I'm gonna say. If you take an average man and an average woman, okay, you take both of them. All right, so she's gonna get more sex. She's gonna get more sex.
No,
she can get more sex from a man. She can get from multiple men. She can get more. She can get them to have more sex. If you take an average,
if I wanted to,
yeah, you out. We'll say you're outlier. We'll say you're outlier.
That woman. So this is the problem.
Yeah.
So
whoa. Let me, because I know what you did here. I know. I told you I agree with you. I'm telling you, I agree with
Hands
you.
up, don't shoot.
Yeah. They both have to consent. They both have to consent. Yes, I agree. They both have to have control. They both have. I agree with you in that standpoint. But what the men are going to say, women have more control because more men, like you take an average woman and an average man. You take like me. I can take 10 women and I can ask all of them, hey, would you have sex with me? All of them will say no. All of them will say no.
Okay.
They don't know me. All of them will say no.
Okay.
You take an average female and she can go to 10 men and say, would you have sex with me?
Right.
Damn near 7 or 8 will say yes. That's what we're gonna. That's the argument. That's the argument. So yes, they both have to have consent, but I would say
I'm gonna stop you right there. So with that argument,
you're gonna do an outlier. You finna do an outlier.
So is that argument have anything to do with the access of sex?
No. But I know what the men are gonna. I know that's why I said I agree with you. But I know what the men are going to try to say. But I'm just gonna make it simple. You take an average man, you take an average woman.
Fine, I got that part, but that doesn't mean they control access to it. They control access to their own personal body.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. I agree.
And that is the issue because a lot of men, they don't want to have no kind of governing of their self body. They want to say, "Oh, it's up to the women. The women do it," but yet they want to be the goddamn. Which one is it?
I have turned down sex.
Do women turn down sex? Hold on. Let me put you. Hold on. Say that one more time. What?
I have turned down sex from a woman.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I have turned down sex from a woman.
Damn.
I have.
Is that not access?
Yeah, that's why I told you I agree with you. But I know what most men are gonna come up here and try to say, but they probably won't be able to because you gotta listen to the words. You said, do a man have control of his body? Yes. Do a woman have control of her body? Yes, without no criminal activity. Yes, both have to consent to have a baby. Yes, I agree. I'm listening to the word. That's why I say, Sharon, you was a lawyer in your past lifetime. I'm not going to argue with you. But when I am going to say, if you take an average man, you take an average woman, and she asks 10 men, would you have sex? Damn near 8 of them will say yes. You take me. If I ask 10 women, hey, would you have sex? Damn near all of them will say no. Nigga, I don't know you.
Not if they all married men, because married men don't cheat. So go ahead, OtisWho, because black men don't cheat. So if they in a committed relationship, they all gonna say no. So it depends. If we talking about all single men, then that might be a different story. It all depends. We got to have nuances when we have these conversations. OtisWho.
Hey man, you full of shit.
Do you control access to your opinion?
What's the title of the show? You're not.
I want to know if you control.
You want
to know who controls the access.
Who controls the asset? The asset. Okay, let me make this very clear, and I'm going to beg you not to interrupt me. I won't be long.
I will.
Take all the criminality out of it. Let's take the average situation, the average man, average woman, all criminality, all sexual deviance, all off the table. Like I raised my daughter, and I'm going to stand on this. The woman, like 651 said, think I'm about to say, I'm going to stand on that because words is everything. The woman has control of the assets. Yes, of course, the two have to be willing, the man and the woman, but the woman has first refusal rights. So with all said and done, with clarity in my head, knowing what I'm saying, the woman has the control and the access to her body / vagina. That's a lot of power. That's not a bad thing. I respect that. Yes,
pussy is power.
She has to want to give it up, and the man has to be a mutual thing. But the bottom line is, no matter what, the woman has final access. Now, let me give you my real life situation, because I am him. I'm the truth. My first marriage, my wife accused me, and I'm not afraid of saying this. She accused me of the R word. So how could a married man be accused of the R word when you're married? You're in the bed, when I know for a fact, I'm going to say this live. I didn't forcefully take it, but she told me no. So while we're in the middle of having sex, I'm going to miss saying this because I'm him. She's crying. So I immediately stopped. So from that point on, over 2 decades ago, when a woman says no, That's the power. It's done. It's over because she has first refusal rights. I'm an average man. She's an average woman. That's what I'm talking about. That's a lot of power a woman has. And it's beautiful. It's not a bad thing. That's all I'm saying. And that's my real life situation. When a woman says no, she says no. And that's it. Whether you ready to go in and all that. She has first refusal rights. And that's all I'm saying. Now dispute that. I don't like all this rhetoric, this micro and that macro.
So
the woman has beautiful power.
So this is the problem. So just because she didn't want to do it to you doesn't mean that she had first refusal rights. Just like if somebody comes on to me and she says, "Hey, Sharon, I got these tittle bitties. I got this. Oh, this thing is like an ocean down here. Let me just put it on you for 10 seconds. I guarantee you, I'm gonna have you in another world." Who at that point has first refusal rights?
The man.
Answer the question. Who at that point have first refusal rights?
Who has first refusal? I'm not understanding the question. I'm trying to stay with you. I promise you. I ain't gonna lie. I'm listening.
If I sitting on my couch, we hanging out. This is my friend. Me and her never had no kind of sexual conducts or whatsoever. No innuendos or nothing. We chilling. I'm playing Call of Duty, drinking a beer. She said, "God damn. The way how you shooting up all these niggas on the internet."
Okay.
I love it. It's turning me on.
Okay.
Start taking off her clothes. I see the titties popping. No waistline. Booty shaking. And she says, "Look," she puts a finger in it, pulls it out. "Look, all that dripping wet vagina for you."
Okay.
And she said, "Let me sit right on your Peter Whacker." That's what they call it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then at that moment, I say, "No."
Okay.
Who has the first refusal right?
Sure.
What now? Okay. What does that example have to do with what I said?
Your caveat.
No, what does that have to do with what I said? I'm so serious. Relate that to what I said.
Ask you a question, and then we could go into your question after. Who has the first refusal right?
She still has the bottom line, because if you say yes or no, it's still up to the woman.
Hold on.
She has the final.
She does. Don't say what you. I got you on the back. Don't say what you want to say.
She does. I'm asking your question. She does.
Okay. How does she have?
And I can explain it.
How does she have first refusal rights if she is offering it to me?
First refusal. Hold on. I don't understand. I'm not going to fall for the trap. I'm sorry.
No, Otis. I'm gonna do it. Otis. Hold on. Otis. I'm gonna make it simple. Come on. I'm gonna make it simple.
That's not even relevant.
Hold on. It's not irrelevant. It's not.
Wait, Sharon. Let me break it down to Otis. Okay, Otis. A female come up to you that is known to give out STDs, right? She's known to give out STDs, right? And she say, "Hey, let's have sex." What you gonna say?
I'm gonna say no. That's my first refusal.
That's it.
I get this point.
That's it.
I get this point.
That's
it.
Therefore,
I'm not slow. I'm not slow. I get that.
I get that. So therefore, who has first refusal?
That's what I said. Don't even battle with
her. Not to think
it's how you manipulate the word.
Refusal rights in that situation. You have the first refusal rights. I get that.
But the thing is, he's doing outliers. That's all he's doing. Outliers.
No, hold on. I'm not the only one. He threw in one. He said his wife at the time did not want to do it. So he was the one soliciting himself onto her. So she has first refusal rights at that point.
Okay.
So the person that's asking for something, the other human being is going to have first refusal rights no matter what the situation. Because just like with marriage, so therefore, that's why we know men do not hold no access to marriage, because who is the ones normally asking for it?
But are we talking about final access?
Who is the one that's usually asking?
See, you're moving the goalpost, bro. You got your point on the first refusal. You got your point. But the main point of this conversation was final access, correct? We talking about the final end all be all. We're not talking about the first right. Of course, that's gray area. What about the final?
No, hold on. You brought up that first right conversation. You brought that into this conversation, and I was just showing you where that conversation is flawed. Am I wrong, 651 minute? Did he not bring that? No, you are here. We are all live. Did he not bring in the first refusal right into the conversation?
Yes, he brought it up.
Okay, take off the first point. Take off the first refusal right.
Make sure you concede and say yes.
I can
Men,
see that.
let's
Okay.
make
I can
sure
see
you
the
can
first
before, I
refusal.
want to make
What
sure
about
when
the
we
final
move
refusal?
along, I want to make sure we do have some concedence
That,
in these
I
conversations.
know what it's not that I know what he's saying. And he's laughing.
I do
That's
too.
why
I get it.
it's just
Trust me, I get it.
he
I get
legally,
it. I brought up the first
legally.
refusal.
I'm looking at the legal standpoint of it.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Young Samurai with the 499. He said, if the husband wants sex and the wife don't, who have the final say so? Or if the wife wants sex and the husband don't, who have the final say so?
Can I answer that being a married man?
That's a good
The
question.
wife,
Answer both of them.
the wife has the final say so.
And
Based
what
on
about
my
the other way
experience.
around? What about when the wife wants it and the man don't?
That's a good question. I got to get it up. I got to do something. But that's a good question. I don't know how to answer that. But I agree with the first part.
And
The
there
wife
goes
has the last one. But the second one.
dissonance right there. When a man just want to be right just to be right. He
No.
don't want to just answer the
How?
question honestly.
I'm being honest. I'm being honest. I don't know about that.
That is pure proof of cognitive dissonance right there. He could not answer it the same way for the man. 651, that was in real time. He couldn't answer it the same way. When it was in the woman's foot, it was, oh no, that's her. She has first right. When we put it the other way around, he could not answer the question. That is the definition of cognitive dissonance. It is amazing how it happens in real time. It is amazing.
I don't like how you be rephrasing these words.
Right,
and
that's what he
I
does.
have to focus when I get on the panel with you. I have to really focus when I get on the panel with you.
Yeah, you better pay attention to your words because I'm going to tear those words up. God damn it! I want to bring in Brownsville, New York, into the conversation. We're gonna go Happy, Mr. Alignment, then PH Diva. Let's go.
But I do agree with Otis. Quick question. I do agree. Pussy is power. Everything a man do is for a pussy. So it appears that women have access. But in reality, it's not.
There we go.
Because pussy is power. Everything a man typically does is for a woman. You know, he want to get a good job. He want to get financially stable. He want to smell good. He want to look good. Yeah, we have outliers. But for the most part, everything a man do is for a woman, and that means pussy is power.
No,
but you say that, but I'm not talking about no outliers. I don't care. For everything a man typically do, Sharon, is typically for the try to get a woman. His job, to smell good, haircut, shoes, sneakers, jewelry, everything to get attention from women.
All I'm saying is this: is that with Young Samurai's question, we see who is the switch spirit. Because he could not answer the question down the middle. So he is absolute. Whoever cannot answer a question on face value is absolutely a switch spirit because they did not want to be wrong in the conversation. And it's okay. Brownsville, New York, are you there?
You're so full of shit. Thanks for making that statement and not letting me respond. But I hold my tongue because it is your show. But it's fine. You're so full of shit. Go ahead, Brownsville. Peace to you.
Oh, did you got a podcast?
Peace and love, man. Peace and love, Cuzzo. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right,
and Joshua, you are more than welcome to hop up here, Joshua. Go ahead,
peace and love to the queens on the panel.
Peace, love.
Supreme Goddess, PH Diva, Queen Happy. Peace and love to the kings on the panel as well. Peace and love to the listeners and everybody in the chat group, man. Listen, Sharon, remember, I've always told you this, man. If you listen to men long enough, they're going to expose themselves, right? So, to answer the question, who controls access to sex, right? It's simple. You answered it, right? But when the men attack that question, what they're really doing is, once again, they're ceding accountability and ceding responsibility, right? Because what men are actually telling us, if we read between the lines, is they lack self-control and they lack self-discipline, right?
Damn.
So they're ceding accountability and responsibility to the woman, and they basically telling the woman, hey, I need you to exercise control of me. because I have no self-control. I have no discipline. You know, I listened to Otis, and Otis said, well, I taught my daughter that she controls the access. Well, I'll say this to Otis. I got a son and a daughter, and I teach both my son and my daughter that their temple is the temple of God, and that God does not want to dwell in an unclean temple. So it's up for both of them to exercise self-responsibility, self-discipline, accountability of their own bodies, right? Because sex, as Sharon articulated, is a mutual form of affection, right? And we gotta stop this remedial rhetoric of teaching men that they have no control. Why is it such a bad thing for men to exercise self-discipline and self-control? Why do we always have to cede leadership to women, right? And then purport ourselves on these panels like we leaders? You're telling the men and you're telling the woman, Otis, that you're not a leader. You're a follower, because your woman controls the access of your body. That's crazy. That's remedial rhetoric. And we can't stand for it, Sharon. We gotta call it out.
Brownsville something?
It's cap. And listen, man, we gotta do better as men. Real men gotta step up, man. We cannot allow this new brotherhood thinking to take control of all of our men. Men, you are autonomous. You can have self-discipline. You can have self-control. Peace and love to everybody, man.
Absolutely, Aaron. But before you, yes, you got. I'm gonna let you get a chance. Otis. Also, only thing I ask Aaron is that you just tag me in the video. I appreciate it. Absolutely, you can react to this. Absolutely. Go ahead, Otis. I'm gonna give you a chance to rebuttal, and then we're gonna get let y'all have a little back and forth. And happy misalignment, PhD Vic. Go ahead.
I am human. I mean, I'm human. So the words he said, I shouldn't take it personal, but I am. When he said that I'm not a leader, and when he throws my daughter up and things like that, I know he doesn't mean. Well, I can't say if he mean in the horn, but knowing him on the panel, I know he doesn't. But I am human. So let me just say, I'm not kind of taking it well when you challenge my leadership and how I run my household, and I only have a daughter. I don't have a son, so I'm not privileged to having a son. I have a daughter. And I tell my daughter the truth. So let me take the emotion and the tone out, because I don't want to come across, but I'm you know, a friend, I am emotional right now because I felt like you challenged my manhood. And I would never challenge another man's manhood, especially what goes on in my household. Now, you bring up your spiritual side, which is beautiful. And you always bring up God. That's beautiful. I respect that. I'm a spiritual man as well. I'm not, and I'm going to give you your credit, I'm not as articulate as you when you come across here and you articulate your words. I give you that. I'm a man. I give you that. But to belittle me and to question me as a man, I don't agree with. And I never said, and I don't feel that I've come across as me being a woman basher or me being less of a leader. I don't feel I come across that way. I really don't. But let me land my plane with just saying that, because I'm just being real. I want people to experience this, because I am him. I'm emotional right now, so I'm finna shut the hell up. But I know as a man, I know you don't, hopefully you didn't mean that, but I'm just expressing myself now, live. That's how I feel, and that's how I'm taking it now. But I'm gonna cool down. I'm gonna land my plane.
Otis, don't take a lot of this stuff personal. People get on these panels and just be saying stuff. You just got to stay level-headed, man.
Well, let Brownsville respond to it, so this way they can have a better understanding. So, go ahead, Brownsville.
Hey, Otis. Listen, man. You know I respect you. You know what I'm saying? And I apologize if you took any offense personally to anything I said, right? Because I'm only responding to the words, right? I'm not responding as far as you as a man, because I've never met you. I don't know how you live, but I know what you say, right? And when you say things that I deem as either remedial rhetoric or dangerous ideology, then I have to oppose those viewpoints, because it's important, right? It's important for our young men to understand that it's okay for them to exercise self-discipline and self-control. We should not cede all of that to women, right? And when you mentioned that you teach your daughters that, what I was telling you is, no, we cannot just teach our daughters that. We also have to teach our young men that as well, right? Because we have to bring balance to this. We can't be ceding all of accountability and responsibility to women. That is the issue. That is the problem that I have. But ultimately, when men get on these platforms, that's the remedial rhetoric that they're spewing. They want women to have all accountability, all responsibility. And men just want to live as savages, right? We got to put a stop to that. And that's all I got, man. There's nothing personal.
I got you.
You a
I
good
appreciate
dude,
it. Yeah, I got
Otis.
you for sure.
You know what I'm saying?
We good.
It's
I
nothing
ain't
like
gonna lie.
that.
I had a moment. We good, bro. We good.
That's
Come on, man. I respect you. We good. I appreciate you saying that. We good. Now, based on what you just said, I'm gonna move on. I agree with what you said, and it's making it seem like you, even though words are important, I agree with you. I don't believe I said what you said, though. Even though I heard you, but I don't believe I said what you said, because I agree with what you're saying. I don't believe I said that. Maybe I didn't articulate it well. I will concede that, because you didn't say nothing wrong. I will tell you that you didn't. I don't believe I said that, though. And that's all I'm going to say. But I feel you, though, and we good. I respect you, bro. We good.
That is a beautiful thing. I appreciate both of y'all for having the real conversation.
Yeah, that's real
in
shit.
real time. Yeah.
Yeah, I like
that's
that.
something that we need to see, so that people can understand that, yes, we can get heated, but let's get our words and let the other person stand on what they say, so this way we can have understanding instead of always attack. Not every time when we say something means that we attacked. We just doing our best to get to understanding. So great job, y'all. That was awesome. Go ahead. We're going to go Happy, Misalignment, PH Diva, then Vic.
Hi, everybody. Hello.
Good morning.
What's up, PH Diva and Vic? I know when I said hello before, you guys weren't here. Hi, guys. Well, I'm not even gonna lie. I agree with you, Sharon. You know, I was just here because I didn't want my feed to be slow. So I'm like, let me get up here so, you know, I won't be lagging and all that other good stuff. But yeah, I think Brownsville said it all, you know, for anybody that didn't understand before. Sharon, you know, I don't know. You said it all. I agree. And I'm glad, Otis, you came to an understanding, you know, that's what's up.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That's what's up, because
it could go left easily. Yeah, so that was good. Really good. Okay, so you good right now, Happy? Okay, Happy is good for the meantime. Go ahead, Mr. Alignment, PH Diva, then Vic.
Yeah, y'all can hear me? I'm good.
We hear you. Yep.
All right, so, you know, I'm not going to attack the person. I'm just going to ask a question, because it's a lot of points. But I just wanted to ask Brownsville, what do you mean by men lack self-control?
Well, when men say that women control the access to a mutual form of affection, right? What they're saying underneath, reading between the lines, that they want women to have all the access because they lack self-control. They lack self-discipline, right? Because if men had self-discipline and self-control, then they wouldn't be saying that women control all the access of a mutual form of affection.
That clear it up for you, Mr. Alignment?
My soul didn't really align. I mean, I guess it's a good perspective, but it just sounds like a bunch of nothing. But and I just wanted to know, when we talking about access, are we talking about entry? Are we talking about availability? What are we talking about? Like,
it's everything. Don't think so deep into it, Mr. Alignment. It's just simple.
How can I think so deep into it, brother?
Because it's real simple.
Otis always say, it's so simple, but it's so complex at the same time.
All right, I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you another. Okay, I'm gonna give you.
I kind of got the floor though, brother. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
We can have commentary and feedback after. But Yeah, you just fucked me up with all that shit. But go ahead, brother.
It's like it's simple. Like if there's a girl, there's a woman that you know that got STDs and she passing around STDs, and she want to give you sex, what you gonna say?
I'm gonna say
I don't even like that analogy.
But I mean, that's
not a good.
but that's the analogy is simple because all Sharon is saying is, do we have the right to say no? That's it. It's not that I know we looking too deep into it, and that's why I hate coming on this show because he know how to twist words. So I have to sit back and I have to listen and not come on here. It's just I don't like the topic, but I have to unfortunately agree with him because I know in reality I agree with Otis and Mr. Lyman, but in reality,
there we go.
He's right.
I mean, but hold on though. I mean, this question is not challenging at all. It's pretty simple. It's a yes or no question on both parties. Do she have access to me? Do I have access to her? Yes, consensual. When it's talking about sex, easy, done. When it comes to marriage, I offer, will you marry me? She either say yes or no. Easy, done. So with all this extra stuff, we just add in, I guess, caveats and nuances and whatever to fit our narrative. But it's really not much behind the topic. But
exactly, and that's why it's remedial rhetoric when they say, when you hear these men. So from now on, whenever you go to any panel and a man says women have access to sex, you can say boldly, you are a effing liar. You are lying.
Because I know PhD want to get
twisted up,
and that is narrative painting at its best.
Gracie, I think the red pill YouTube talking point of women having access is because they have the entry, I guess. I mean, they open their legs to it and they know the majority of men aren't going to say no. So that's why I asked, when we talk about access, are we talking about availability? Or are we talking about the willingness to be able to
Here's the problem when they have this conversation. The real problem is this. If that woman asks low caliber of men, and she could recognize who likes her, she just have a better idea of who likes her. Because guess what? That same woman that just said just have access to all the penises in the world, if she goes and walk up to LeBron James, he's gonna say no. He goes up and walk up to Otis, who is a proud married man, he's going to say no. So the problem is that women just have a better understanding of who actually likes them. And men are just shooting they shot and they just throwing things against the wall. Plat, 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 plat. They go shoot 100 miles an hour. That is the problem. And that is your example of women. This is your example of women having control.
No.
It's because she knows who is at the bottom of the totem pole. And usually it's y'all men, because y'all men are not the leaders in the majority factor.
Sharon, hold on, all reality.
I got you, Vic. We're going to go PhD, but then Vic. I got you, Vic.
Whoa.
Go ahead, alignment.
Let's be real. My fault, the radio on in the truck. But I just wanted to say, because, let me turn this shit off. Y'all, I'm good now. I just wanted to say, because I know we get up here, we bring up stats, we bring up articles and stuff like that, and this is ironic because I literally just read an article about married women going to the doctors, getting doctor's notes or whatever for their marriage to prevent them from having sex with their husbands, and I'm not making this up. So I believe that kind of correlates with the topic a little bit about access, having access.
That means the doctor control the access to the sex now.
Interesting. But you see how extreme see, this is what I'm saying. Like shit like that, they go to the extreme when they don't have no health conditions. They're just going to get doctor's notes to, not engage in debauchery with their husband. And then also that goes into the tie with the religion part. If you married, then your body is not your own. But I don't want to get into all of that. Go ahead, PhD.
Okay, so if we want to talk about before we move along, let's talk about this, because for some reason men don't understand this. They think that when women comes into the bedroom, right, and they say that they tired, they stress, and all these things, and that woman, she did it for the third time, and she did it 3 times in a month, and now the men are going to say on these parents say, hey, you know what? She's always tired. She always not in the mood. She's always this. What the man do not realize that what he do not understand in that moment, if you force your woman to have sex, that is going to be her new ideology of what sex is like with her husband. That I have to be tired. I got to be not in the mood. So now sex is not going to be fun within your marriage.
And Bracy, you know,
so now, hold on. So if you are going to force your woman into having sex when she's not in the mood and when she's not in tight, she's going to associate sex with you as a bad thing. And that's going to dry up that vagina faster than the Sahara Desert. And this is what y'all don't know, and this is what y'all don't want to talk about, and y'all pick bad times to have these relations with your wives as well.
Yeah, but
shout out to Fencel Jack, aka Mr. Gets No Cheeks. P. Ziba, would you like to do the honors and then go with your commentary? If she's there. P. Ziba, you there? Maybe not. It's not an easy subject because women don't take rejection well. If a woman wants the D, if you deny her or aren't into her like that, she would take it personally. It's why she don't ask for D directly. Say no, you gay or cheating.
That's a fact. You cannot refute that, Bracy.
Wow. See?
You cannot refute that.
So here's the thing. So but that is not what that is bad communication.
Yeah,
that's what that is. And the problem is the same thing when it's on the woman's side. When she is telling you she's tired and not in the mood, you are looking at it's bad communication. So you looking at her like what is good? It's the same exact. It's reciprocal. The same thing you feel, she feel.
Yeah. Yeah. So Bracy, can I say one thing?
What I'm saying is this. Before we move along, I want y'all to understand that. Because for some reason we just skip past those things. This is very important. When your woman is telling that she is tired and she's not in the mood, and it happened 3 times in a month, and then you wanna retaliate by pulling the covers all rough and having an attitude, huffing and puffing and sleeping away from her and all those things, you are creating a space that is the new normal of your sexual experience.
Who does that on this panel? Because you made a comment. That's why I hope nobody let this slide.
Wow. Come on now, Sharon.
My comment just now was very general. It was not.
No, you said on this panel, your words came out of your mouth, and I was going to see if somebody else going to challenge that. I'm going to hold you to it. Because my question was, are we talking about the average man? You just sat here and said out your own mouth, men on this panel, if woman did it 3 times a month already, y'all with the woo, and we would take it or whatever. Now I don't do that. Who else on this panel does what Sharon just said that he said does?
Otis, if it don't apply, I guess we gotta let it fly and not address certain things.
That's where we go. I'm gonna let it slide, but
I think you misunderstood. No, I think we probably have to rewind it. We don't have to rewind it, but I think you misunderstood something I said. To be honest with you,
but
I didn't make anything I said. I wasn't attempting to make anything personal. What I just said.
Bracy, real quick before Vic go, when you said the word forced a few times, and I don't see how you can force yourself on a woman without being physical. Like, what are you saying? If we verbally say something that's still forced, like, damn, baby, it's been a week, I haven't got none, that's still forced? Like, you just expressing yourself, that's forced?
So what you are talking about is if your woman, if you're done with your woman and your woman is not in the mood, this is what we're talking about?
Yeah, I just want to be clear because we just stand on the surface level with things.
Yeah, so now in that situation, if every time she's not in the mood and you convince her to do it when she's not in the mood, now that association with sex is going to be that. Do you understand?
Fair enough. But my last point, we can when you do a free for all, I'll come back. Go ahead, Vic.
All right, PhD, but you there? Okay, so we're gonna go Vic, and then we're gonna go Mella the second. Go ahead.
All right, I want to go, and I don't want nobody to cut me off. Let me run it right through the hill, right quick. Okay, when it comes down to what the show topic is, who controls the access?
Right.
Look, on The woman controls the whole thing when it comes down to the sexual intercourse. She has more access to sex, and she controls the access. Back to what you were saying. You say she come up in the room, you playing PlayStation or doing whatever you do, and she comes in, present herself sexually. She has already granted access by body language. And back to what Otis said, once
Not
you
true.
embark on that journey of sexual activity, the moment she says no, she's just snatched away your access. And as for men, when it comes down to you better not ever tell that woman no about sex, because what's finna happen is you gonna create a space. You cheating. You see what I'm saying? They have the right to say no all the time, and you got to sit there and deal with it. You see what I'm saying? Or not? You know what I'm saying? It's if okay, and especially if this your wife, if she constantly telling you no and coming up with reasons why not to have sex, and that's a part of the agreement in the first place for us to be together as one and only deal with each other, and you not giving me sex, it's time for me to depart from you and get it from somewhere else. And then you women that's constantly bullshitting and playing and denying these men sex. That's why you're getting cheated on. And that's why your cousins, your aunties, and your little other fine friends doubling back on y'all and having sex with your man. You see what I'm saying? When you in a relationship, that's the one thing you should not weaponize or play with. Is the sexual part, because they in that relationship agreeing to be with only you. If you ain't fit for that job, do not get in it. Because I'm gonna tell you what I do. That 3 or 4 times that you telling me no, I ain't looking for the man that you saying yes to. Keep on bringing the fine ass bitches around. I bet you they're saying yeah, because that's why they hanging around you, trying to
All right,
look up
now
in my face.
you 3 minutes in.
All right then, but they didn't talk longer than I have. I land my plane. Don't weaponize sex. Do not weaponize it.
Thank you, Vic. Hey, Mella, are you there?
I'm right here.
Good day to you. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, good day. I was looking for the house analogy. I was thinking about breaking and entering, right? I thought you all were going to eventually go into the house analogy and how breaking and entering is a part of it, but I guess what you all have evolved into is don't deny a man or else he gonna fuck around on you.
Don't deny each other.
That's basically
Hold
what
on,
Vic.
Vic, because that's what Vic just pretty much said.
Yeah, that's what Vic just said. So I
He's
guess
gonna tell you that he didn't, but that's what he said. Guy,
no, I'm not accusing him of anything. This is where we are. That he was the last one that spoke. So bouncing off that, I would say that if a man is gonna cheat, it's because he's the kind of cockhound that just wants to do that. It's like take a woman that just gave birth. Medically, it's recommended to abstain 6 weeks, right? Let Vic tell it. I don't want to wait 6 weeks. You know, I want to get some of that post-pregnancy pussy. You know what I'm saying? It's like let Vic tell it. You know, she is there for his impulses as opposed to being someone that is growing with him in life. You know, like let Vic tell it. You know, he just need a pussy in a can and he's straight. You know, it's just crazy, man. It's like women actually refuse sex for a number of reasons. It's not just a headache. It's not just, oh, I don't know, my stomach hurt. It's not about sometimes she just ain't into you jumping on her like that. Like you know, it might be something going on with her. That's why it takes time to get to know somebody. If you met her as somebody that, you know, if you all was screwing as rabbits, right? Like constantly just jumping on each other and all was well with this extraneous sexual activity. And then all of a sudden, maybe, you know, a few years into the relationship, marriage, or what have you, she just not with it anymore. You don't need to go to counsel. Yeah, something has happened because I'm sure you didn't marry her as some timid, I don't know if I want to do it woman. You married her because, hey, she got me and I got her. You know, whenever the mood strikes. But all of a sudden it changed, and you just gonna put it on her as if she's playing games. See, that's the problem with Vic.
You on
Vic
3 minutes.
said
No,
specifically he's
let me check that,
no, you
ma'am.
said
I
that
didn't
she
tell
was
that
playing
story
you,
you
games.
Vic.
told.
I got you, Vic. I got you.
Okay, let me go
You
back
better
with her.
respond. You on
Okay.
3 minutes now, Mella.
No, I'm just saying that Vic indicated that women who refrain from having sex are playing games, and that's why I'm responding with this sort of
Rhetoric.
ferociousness.
Thank you. Shout out to Fincel Jack, aka Mr. Get Snow Cheeks with the 10 ball. Sharon, your logic is inconsistent. Enthusiastic consent is an illusion. Doing anything just because you want to is a farce. There is a reason the Bible has to explicitly state, don't deny your husband.
What scripture is that?
But
I'm
let
not
me
sure what
chime in on
scripture
what
is.
you was.
I'm not sure. Yes, I'm not sure what scripture is that. But however, I think sometimes when we try to use the Bible, we don't use it 100%, right? So like, even if this is true, right? Let's go with the fact that this might be true. It got 100 other scriptures that say that men need to move a certain way that men are not doing. Men are not moving the way how the Bible is saying. So if we want to use scripture, if we want to use scripture for a woman to not to deny access, then also make sure that you're doing everything according to the Bible as well, and then we can have the Bible conversation. But the only problem is most people is not holding down those 600 laws the way how they
You better
act.
believe it. Those selective scriptures are people be tripping with those selective
Right,
scriptures.
so like because maybe Fincel Jack, he probably is doing his best to do all 639 laws in the Bible, right? But the problem is that if you are, you cannot put that on the rest of the men because not all these men believe in the scriptures like that. That's number one.
And
I want to catch. I want to catch it before y'all
I
get
got you, Vic. I got you, Vic.
Because she said my name. Let me go back like you let
I
them
got
know
you,
we
Vic.
back.
Because you judgmental.
That's
Oh,
what this is not. This is not just I want to beat people up. Go ahead, Brownsville, New York, and I want Vic to be able to.
She called my
explain
name
himself.
and told the story though, Sharon.
I understand,
I
but
want
this
to
is the
correct the
thing.
story
I got
that
you.
she
I got you.
told.
Miller, don't
I'll let
respond.
Vic
I
go.
got you.
I'll let Vic go.
Here we
So
go.
Here's the thing about the whole. We got to be able to have the discipline, and not just because somebody said your name, that means that you got to respond right away. This is part of discipline.
Do you not have self-control, Vic?
But go ahead, Vic. Brownsville conceded the floor to you. Go ahead, Vic.
But so
Do your thing.
what just went on? She moved the goalpost. I understand that once a woman has a baby, that's an understandable reason not to be jumping up and down on her back or her stomach. See,
Then why you say they playing games?
You know,
Let him get the whole. I got you, Vic. Let him get the whole thing. I got you, Vic. Relax. Just relax. Just let him get the whole thing out, Mella, and then you respond. All right. Go ahead, Vic.
Right. The story that you told was trying to make it seem as if I'm that type of man that can't understand a person going through a medical condition. What I am talking about is the women that decide to do what they do and choose not to have sex with their boyfriends or husbands because out of spite or whatever. Motherfucker, your pussy ain't nothing wrong with it. Add a little more gasoline and get that motherfucker in gear before somebody else out there say yeah. Because we in this together. And your thing is, and your idea as a woman being in a relationship with a man, he is not supposed to go cheat on you, right? So if you don't want him to cheat on you or to go seek the resources of pussy in a can somewhere else, you better get that thing in gear.
Pussy in a
Before
can.
he either start using it on your auntie that like to come over there and give him sweet potato pies. And hey, where your husband at? And all that. I always asking about your husbands. That's what's be going on. Y'all try to weaponize the sex. And when the person coming over there with you unknowingly that you've been telling your homegirl, man, I ain't gave that guy no cat and all the time. But she trying to find out how to give him some. Because she know you wrong. And she know what you're doing outside of his knowledge of why you doing
can't you look at it as she mad at you?
Okay.
She can be mad. That friend might not be mad. That friend might want you to be mad. Just so she can get happy over there with your man. Because
So it doesn't matter that she mad at you?
she'll get it together. We'll talk and we'll work it out. But look, even in
So
your
Vic, I
anger,
want to
crank
make
that
sure
thing
I
up.
want to make sure I understand what you're trying to, and then we're gonna get Trucker yelling there as well. So Vic, you saying no matter what circumstance besides giving birth and her menstrual,
A medical crisis.
she should ever say, "Baby, I'm not in the mood right now. I'm too tired." Is what you're saying?
Be careful, Vic. That's what it gets you. Be careful.
Yes,
That's
we
what
get
it
you with
gets
the words. Yes, with your words.
Man,
that's the words he used. I'm making sure what he's saying is consistent.
Right.
So Vic, are you saying no matter? Go ahead.
Okay. As long as you don't have a medical condition,
okay,
or something that is wrong to where you cannot perform that, you need to be doing your job because that's what you bargained for.
So the bargain is so now. Okay, so now we get into the bargain. What's the bargain? So sex for what?
See,
anytime he
relationship.
I want to let's break it down.
Relationship.
So guys, so you get sex, and so you saying, all right, baby, you can never deny me sex, and so what is it that she's getting for this non-denial of sex?
Well, shit, I hope a happy life, like y'all say. Shit,
hold on, I want you to clarify. Get it, please explain what is the sex? Because you're saying that women are using. Because you are saying that this is what y'all saying. Y'all don't really understand. You got to stand on what y'all saying. So if the women do not have the option, so now we are in negotiation. Do you understand that? So she cannot deny you of sex. So she cannot deny you of sex unless she has a medical situation. Now, what is she's getting? What can you not deny her?
The same thing. I ain't gonna never tell her no. I get on your back with a headache.
So you can't. So the only factor is that you can deny her sex and she can't deny you sex. That's it.
No one should be denying each other.
Unless this is why your conversations fall apart. This is why your conversations fall apart. Y'all not thinking past your dicks. Y'all only thinking with your hips and not your brains. And it is interesting to me. However, I want to bring Trucker Yell into the conversation. What it do, sir?
Hey, how y'all doing, everybody?
We doing
ladies
well,
and gentlemen. So I'm listening. I'm trying to get the gist of it. So I'm gonna just sit back for a little bit, then I'm gonna come in the conversation. Okay, that cool?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. So
when you say we're thinking with our hips, you are referring to women and men that visit your space.
What I'm referring to is the men that are saying that women control pretty much everything in the house. Because what I'm hearing is that everything that a man does for his wife is only conditioned with if she is giving up sex unconditionally. That's what I'm hearing. It don't have
like a
nothing to do
remote
with
control,
else.
yeah. Remote
And
control.
so, but they don't realize that they are saying it. They think that they say something profound, and they think that most men are getting denied sex.
Yeah,
and maybe that is
just
some
your
men
opinion,
experience.
we ain't saying that. That's just
You don't
your
think you're
opinion.
saying
That's
it?
your thoughts.
That's
That's
not my
your
thought.
thoughts
This is the words. This is the problem. Y'all use words and y'all do not know what the words y'all saying mean. Y'all do not know what your words insinuate. It's not just a blanket statement. Your words insinuate something. Your words insinuate a lifestyle. Your words insinuate actions. Your words insinuate thoughts. This is the part that y'all be failing to realize. So shout out to Guncel Jack, aka Mr. Gets No Cheese, with the 50 ball. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the thought-provoking content.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
On scent isn't an easy concept to understand. Explain why a man can be charged with SA for having consensual drunk sex with his wife, or how after, if you call her a 304, she can rescind consent, or if she wants, you're corny if you ask her up front. So one thing I would say is that the whole the drunk sex thing, I think it's crazy to put that just on the man. That is insane. I think that's something that needs to change. I think if both parties is having, they both liberated, they both drunk, then the problem is that most men, they take advantage of it by getting the woman more drunk than what he is. And that's people, a lot of men, they use it as a They
Sharon,
use it
clearly
as a
you
weapon.
haven't
And
seen
an
women
attempt to
drink.
break and enter.
The problem, the reason why is because a lot of men use it as a weapon. They act like they are drinking. They both acting like they both are at the same level of drunkenness, but they are not. The
Clearly
man
you
is
haven't
acting like
seen
he's
women
drunk,
drink.
and she is not. Because guess what? If a man, because we all know, if a man is actually drunk, he cannot get it up. That's just the real. That's just
That's
real.
a lie. That is a
Okay.
lie, Sharon. Men go to the liquor store all the time before they get a little hit of something. Man, they go to the liquor store all the time. Buy that Douce or whatever they drink here. They buy their honey pack or whatever. Men, that's when they feel like they can hit it better when they be drinking.
Yeah. So
And then
so
clearly you
Vic,
haven't
what
seen
I'm saying
women
is
drunk.
this. So what I'm saying is this. A lot of men, they use alcohol as a way to get access to sex to make a woman a little
Women
bit
use
more
alcohol.
easier to say yes. Okay,
They're
men
free
use it.
on
Both
alcohol.
parties
They
use
do it all the
alcohol to get the other partner
Shit.
free. Whatever the fuck you want to say. I don't know why y'all so scared to just tell the truth. The truth is the fucking truth. We know men use alcohol and drugs as a way to get sex.
And
Now we're gonna
Sharon,
act like we blind to it.
Sharon, you know,
But
and
that's that
Come
one. But
on,
I
man.
so that's
Wow.
why. So
Women
before,
don't drink alcohol.
so that is hold on. So that is
Women don't
why.
drink alcohol to loosen themselves up.
So this is
Oh
why.
Lord, he said both.
This is
What
why.
don't
So
you
this is why.
understand?
Hold on. So this is why most of the time men are being held at a higher standard when it comes to the alcohol consumption and when it's time to do grown-up things in a consensual way. Because most of the time men are using it as a weapon. It's just what it is.
Oh no.
It's just what it is.
And just
No.
because you have a drink, his words were drunk. That's the word he used. Drunk. Drunk
right.
He
men.
said
No,
most
your
men.
penis is
No,
not
the word is
open yet
most
drunk.
men, and that's not true.
Nobody
I'm
said
pushing back on the
buzz.
most men.
Nobody said feeling nice. He said drunk. Baby, when you're drunk, your dick is not hard. Shut the fuck up.
That's
Is
just what
that
it is.
wrong, B?
So also let's
Sound
go with
like-
this. So now he said if you call her a 3 or 4, she can rescind consent. So this whole the talking point part that is going to be different with every woman. Some women want to be called nasty things while they doing nasty things. Some women actually want you to talk nasty and dirty to them and call them all types of crazy things while they in their bed. But you better not ever say it when we out in the street walking around. So it got that as well. So that depends on the woman.
Hey Sharon, let me respond to Fincel real quick because he's sending very disingenuous super chats, right? So the first super chat that he sent, he gave you a scripture but only gave you half of the scripture, right?
Okay.
The scripture that he gave you comes from 1 Corinthians, and it says that when a man and woman are married, their bodies belong to each other. So the man's body belongs to the woman at that point, and the woman's body also belongs to the man, right? And it tells both husband and wife to not deny each other except for mutual consent and except for prayer and worshiping God, right? So if you're going to give a scripture, give the whole context of the scripture. Don't just give something to purport a narrative out there, right? And then when he talks about the husband can get charged with SA for having sex with their wife who's inebriated, the reason why that's the case is because what the law says is someone has to actually give you consent. If they're passed out drunk, they can't give you consent, right? So men, you got to understand that you got to get consent. You can't take advantage of someone who is inebriated, right? And you shouldn't have a right, and you shouldn't feel like you have a right to do so just because you're a man, right? And this is what I mean, Sharon, because men, they don't like when I say these things, but it's the truth. Because when you listen to them and you read between the lines of what they're saying all this degenerate debauchery type of ideology, right? To where they want to cede all leadership to women. They don't want men to exercise any type of self-control or self-discipline. And they want all the accountability and responsibility to fall on a woman. And they even want to be able to have intercourse with them while they're passed out. This is the conversation that Fincel's having. And it's
So
very, very, very
I think the problem is also is that a lot of men that have good intentions. They put their good intentions on all men, and that's the dangerous part. So Fincel, he probably have a good character. He probably believes in these things that he is saying. The problem is that he don't understand that there's a lot of bad characters out there. They will use what he is saying in a nefarious way. That's why we got to be careful of that and call it out and make sure the people are the right people. The same way when we had the conversation about the man being in the female's bathroom. In the law, it was probably it was all done in a perspective of everybody's good characters. But the problem is bad characters too that do not believe that they are actually women are going to use the law as well. And when we just go ahead and make every man a good man, and when we know all men are not good men, when we know 50% of women are getting SA'd, we got to understand that this is not true, that all men are doing it in good faith. We have to understand that.
Did you say 50% of
It's
women is getting SA'd?
50% of women been SA'd on the books. That's what's on the books. We're not talking about the ones that never said anything. That's just what's on the books. That's what's reported. But when we put that stat out there, they be like, oh, but that's not my homie. It doesn't matter. 50% of women, I have plenty of daughters, so maybe that's why it's a little bit more personal to me. That's a possibility.
And men, we have to understand this, right? We can't get upset with women because their value system is on a higher level, right? Because men is clear. Men have put the sex at the top of their value system. It's the pinnacle. It's number one, right? Women haven't done that. So when it comes to this issue, right, obviously men want more responsibility and more accountability to fall on a woman because of their lack of reevaluating their value system and pointing it in the right direction.
And
That's
so
really
again,
what
so
this
again, so like when I
conversation is
say
about.
that stat, Brownsville, like when I say that stat, 50% of women have been SA'd, right? The first thing good, solid men are going to say that doesn't mean 50% of men. That's the very first thing that pops in their head. And that is an issue because you do not have to defend the bad characters. Just because you are a man, stop caping for men that's doing you justice not in the correct way. They're not doing you any justice. Stop fending for these men. Stop caping for men. Instead of cape for the one that has been proven to do the right thing. Just because those women have been done to the one that was brave enough to report it doesn't mean you need to talk about the ones that did not do it. Because when you say, well, what about the 50%? That doesn't mean that what about isms? It's not necessary in an intellectual conversation. The stat is what the stat is.
Also, let's be clear. All of those people that perpetrated were not caught.
Go ahead. Unlikely. What is your thoughts? You there, Unlikely? You on mute. Okay.
He's not there, but I want to give this one nugget to men too, right? The CDC did a report that says if men withhold themselves from ejaculating for 7 or more days, their testosterone will increase by 35%.
Damn.
And when that happens, that leads to harder erections, and that leads to longevity while you're doing a deed. So what men need to realize is if you just exercise a little more self-discipline and a little more self-control, you're going to do a better job at pleasing your woman. And that's going to lead to a long-lasting relationship.
And so, Brownville, you just explained, okay, with the testosterone thing, what also goes with testosterone? More masculine energy and activity. You know what's going to happen? After 7 days of holding it, the man is going to be more aggressive. He's going to be stronger. He's going to be more upset at certain things.
Bro, that
So
is
you need
not
to
true.
get you some
What?
pussy.
Well, keep
Now
talking
Get you some
yourself.
coochie.
Hold
Get you
on,
some
hold
coochie,
on.
brothers.
Hold on, y'all. Let them talk. Let people
Get
hold
you
on.
some
Let people
coochie.
talk so we can get an understanding and we could tear their words up apart after they finish. Let the people get out their full rhetoric, and then we could rebut it. We could rebut it after. Go ahead, Vic. Finish your statement.
No, basically what I was saying, he was explaining how the testosterone levels go up, but testosterone is also, when they talk about that, they associate testosterone with being like, you know, the thing that football players have to use to be aggressive.
Oh my God.
Bodybuilders have to be so that might explain why some of the men are so aggressive to you women. You ain't giving up the nookie.
Okay, so
You're waiting too
here's the
damn long.
Okay, here's the problem with what you're saying. Do anybody else want to debunk what he just said?
Yeah, it's
go ahead,
it's nothing but stupidity, bro. Vic, you wrong. You wrong on this one, dog. Okay, normally that's some shit that everybody want to believe, but when dudes actually sit back and learn to fucking control they shit, you become unstoppable, my nigga.
That's what
Every
actually
pussy that
happens.
get thrown in your face, nigga, you can say no to. And unfortunately, in today's time, when a chick with a pretty smile and a fat ass is in their face, they can't say no, even though they know that she a raggedy chick. So when you actually sit back, you ain't focus on, you ain't focusing on just sex, yo. You get on your purpose even more. You become more energetic. Your life is a lot easier. You are
Yeah. Right.
mainly focused, and your testosterone, all that, yes, it tripled, but
Yeah.
that don't mean you fucking aggressive. Nah, you put that shit towards your purpose, bro. You get you turn into fucking Superman
That's what
if you
actually
do it the
happens.
right way.
Trucker.
Yeah.
But
What they
I'm
say
just
was wrong with the
Hold
average
on,
man
Vic.
of
Hold on,
today?
Vic.
Low
Hold on, Vic.
testosterone level.
Hold on,
That's
Vic.
why they act
basically
feminine.
Hold on, Vic.
nigga,
Hold on, Vic.
listen, I'm just telling you from experience. You turn into an absolute beast. And when men learn how to do that shit, nigga, you can fucking take over the world. You not understand that? When you able to say no to a chick who throwing some coochie at you, nigga, that is powerful, my guy. That is no bullshit. Chicks is looking at you totally different. Damn, they look at themselves different. Well, shit, he ain't taking the pussy in the head. So what the fuck do I got? What the fuck do I got? What do I got? What else can I?
Trucker.
What else
These
do I?
women are
They ain't
literally
got nothing
calling
else,
y'all
yo.
beasts right now by the way y'all act. What are y'all talking about? Either you're getting
But
coochie
I
or
don't
ain't.
listen.
You
I don't give
still
a fuck. I don't care about them niggas calling me a beast or whatever the fuck it is. Stop focusing on them strags. Focusing on the ones that actually respect you and appreciate you. Period.
I don't care nothing about none of them like that. I'm
Right.
straight.
All
So
right,
I'm
so all
saying,
right,
listen.
cool. So Vic, so
Yeah,
here's
like, come
here's
on,
the problem.
dog.
So the problem that y'all a lot of times men have because they just hear somebody say something and they just regurgitate it and not actually follow what is being said. So what is being said when you in competition, your testosterone go up. That's when you in competition though. And then when they're out of competition, guess what? Their testosterone go right back to normal. So all of us, we all have a base level of testosterone. It's not a bunch of men out there that just have out the roof testosterone. And usually those men that do have out the roof testosterone, they have hormonal problems and there's something wrong with them.
Sharon, can I please say this? And you're gonna cuss me out in your mind. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm just listening. I just heard majority of the people tear Vic words down about when he said about aggression and testosterone. So I put my mic on mute and I just simply Googled it. And the first 3 pages, whether it's true or not, I want you to do your own research. And I quote, testosterone levels were slightly significantly associated with levels of both verbal aggression and physical violence, self-reported by the men. Now,
but I'm a fool though.
So again, hold on. Before hold on, Vic. That's not just that. Just because the door's open doesn't mean you got to walk through it. So the problem is that at that moment, what you said. This is why I said it before you said it. Is that when we are in competition mode? Yes, testosterone rises when you are in competition. That is and so that is the part that y'all missing. So when you are in fight and flight, when you're about to get aggressive, yes, your testosterone is going to go up. Your body's going to do things when you are in a competition. Your body does not stay leveled. When you laugh, different hormones is going to change. When you sad, your hormones is going to change. So when you are in a competition, yes, your body's going to produce more testosterone. When you are having sex, you're going to produce more dopamine. When you love somebody, you're going to produce more dopamine. So yes, that happens.
So
when
Otis,
you are in competition, when you're in fight, when you are aggressive, yes, your body's going to produce more testosterone at that moment. That's a moment.
So Otis, listen. I'm not taking the words off of what Vic said was wrong. The way he put it was basically like we wake up with a fucking aggressive, like super aggressive and all that. It's like, nah, normally, even though
Mm-hmm.
you stop, right? You wake
Mm-hmm.
up, you cool, you more focused,
Mm-hmm.
you on your shit, you on your A game. You ain't get distracted by no woman. You on your shit. That's what normally happens. Now, to your
Mm-hmm.
point and his point, the aggression, you're quick. You're more when somebody get on your bad side. It's heightened. Put it like that.
Yes.
So I understand that point. But
Yeah.
what
And
I
for the
was explaining, yeah. So
yeah,
what I
and for
was
the record,
explaining is,
yeah, I
yeah,
got you. Go
like
ahead.
longevity wise, once you get past that point, it turns you into an absolute monster. That's why they tell men stop watching
Right.
Cornhub, and all the other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because it mentally messes with you when you really
Correct.
on your purpose and you stop letting sex dictate your life, dude. It's like you take over the world. You can say no to some. You can say no to it. A lot of dudes, they will not, even though they know. Some dudes will even smash. Some dudes
We know.
will even smash a chick who they know has an STD
Mm,
and will still go through it. It
come
got a
on.
funny smell, they'll still go through it.
Yeah,
Come on.
And that's the sad
I
part.
agree with all
That's
that.
just the
Yeah.
sad
And
part
so and so
too.
here's the
That's what I'm
thing. So
saying.
when men practice semen retention, it does great wonders for your body. So also not only that, it gets you to focus. This is what Truck is saying. It gets you to focus more. You be able to read more. You'll be able to see things better. You better work out more. You better lift up more weight, and you also be able to give more to your family.
Mm,
You be able to give more to your family, but instead of just always thinking with your hips and think how you want to attack every single thing moving because she's alive and breathing, you don't even realize that you are taken away from your own family when you put energy towards somebody else. A lot of men believe, all I spent was a half an hour. You spent more than that. You spent energy, time, money, all those things. That's energy you are taking away from your actual family. Men, learn how to have some discipline. You have the same ability as women when it comes to that department. Stop saying that they control it, because guess what? They are proving that y'all do not control. They are proving that men do not control the access to marriage. That's why we have so many women saying, I have about 3 engagement rings.
so and just to be
because they
perfectly
control the
honest,
access. That's what you
no,
just said
nigga.
it.
See, that's the no.
They
Listen, bro.
control the access.
The one.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the part that we don't talk about. The fact that you have took the time out, you got out of a relationship, you took some time out, you ain't really messed with no chicks. It makes you so clear on vetting women that you would cut them off once you see the red flag immediately.
Unless you're in Switzerland.
Like you can see it once you recognize it. Before you couldn't, now you can cut them off, and it makes it makes it a lot more easier for you to find the right woman. You feel me?
Absolutely.
So I'm
And
just
I
keeping it
want
a
to
buck.
I want to bring Unlikely in, and I also Jack knock it off. You got it right after Unlikely. Go ahead, Unlikely.
What's popping, everybody on the panel? Could y'all hear me?
What's going on? Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
can
hear
hear
you.
you
What's
clear.
going on,
Peace
man?
and love.
Facts. Shout out to everybody on the panel and in the chat. I'm just kind of listening right now. I do agree with the discipline part. I do believe that you gain like a superpower when you're able to deny sex. I've always practiced that. I've always practiced not allowing women to become my
Mm-hmm.
muse and not allowing women to become like my everything in life. So that's why I always talk the way I talk. So yeah, discipline is extremely important, man. So the whole go get sex thing, me most of the, like looking at it in retrospect, I believe that if I could take away all the women that I had slept with, I would do that.
Yep.
Just to be with that one and just to have like more discipline towards a goal instead of like kind of getting kind of like veering off the path a lot, and then it didn't really equate to nothing but this moment in this kind of ego push that kind of exuded within me that I
Good
liked.
point.
and that's what I call the hunt. I always, when people be like, what's the hunt, when you, it's like that ego that you get when you able to, you know, make a woman feel comfortable, and how fast you able to do that to allow her to be like, yo, I want to, you know, sleep with this guy. So yeah, I would take all that shit back. I think discipline is most important for a man and
It's
a woman.
called discipline. That's what I call it. But people get mad at me for even speaking on it. You feel me? But I don't give a fuck. That's
Yeah.
why I always
And
tell every man, if you got a son or even women, preach the word, teach them dick discipline at an earlier age. So this sort of
absolutely.
situation of the mistakes that we made now, they won't make. You know what I'm saying? They have a second guess. That's what I
And
teach my sons every day.
go ahead. You got the floor, Jack. Knock it off. You there, Jack?
Sorry. I wrote a lot of stuff down. Damn. This conversation went everywhere. How you guys doing? The panel's great. The panel's great. Thank you guys.
Peace and
I
love,
see
Jack.
me and Brownsville are still having our low key under the table beef. I'm sorry about that, man. I did not know you were that. I was listening and driving. It sounded like my bad, man. I didn't mean to call you a chick. I thought it was. I'm sorry. Okay, so wow, you guys said a lot here, and a lot of good stuff. This is why I like coming to these panels. You guys have a lot to say about a lot of things. This whole topic about who gains what is it who
Access.
who access, yes.
Who controls
Yeah,
that?
it just brought something very interesting when I was looking at the stats of like reasons why people get divorced, and the number one reason why lesbians get divorced is that they don't have sex with each other anymore. I always thought it funny because if you look at the sex rates between hetero, gay, and lesbian, lesbians at the bottom and gays at the top, heteros in the middle. So you can see the opposite forces at work there, where you got two people who don't want to, I don't know, go first, make the first move. You end up in the, like, I think it's like the average time before they become sexless in a lesbian marriage is like 2 months. It's because both of them are saying no. Both of one's making X and expecting the other one to make the first move. So it's like, who has access? Well, clearly women, right? Because when two men get together, they go at it all the time. When a guy and a girl get together, it's like 50%. And when two girls get together, nobody's getting sex. So who has access to sex?
Well,
You
Fincel,
lost me on that one.
you pretty much just indicted yourself with your soliloquy, right? Because you said that when it comes to who's doing it more, you said when two men get together, they're doing it all the time, right? And you said when two women get together, they're doing it the least, right? That's not talking about access. That's talking about lack of self-discipline, right? That's what that's speaking to. Men typically don't have enough self-discipline to withhold themselves from ejaculating. That was the point of the discussion before you jumped on the panel, right? And what you just did was just confirmed it. You just confirmed what we were talking about with your own soliloquy, right? So it's not about access, who controls the access. It's about who has the desire and control to be more self-disciplined. And basically what we're saying is women typically are more self-disciplined than men are, right? And that is the issue. That is the problem. And
Can I
that is
ask you a
what
question
needs
when you're done?
correction. Go ahead, I'm done.
You say that women have more discipline. Was that what your statement was?
That's a fact. You said it.
Well, if that's a fact, then how come Hamp from the This Is Risky podcast, why did he find it so abnormal that the average body count for a man is about 8 to 7 bodies when it's a lot higher for women of the same age demographic? If women are more disciplined, how is that possible?
Well, what you're talking about, so you're talking about an outcome that it doesn't is not measured equally, right? Just because a man has a lower body count, that doesn't mean that he's more disciplined. Just like yourself,
Balls.
right? You
That's a
describe
fact.
yourself as incel. right? That means that you desire to have these relations, but you're unable to have those relations because you keep getting rejected, right? So when we talk about these statistics, we got to factor in that part of it, right? Because just because you're rejected, that doesn't mean you have discipline. That just means that you're not wanted. That's totally different conversation, my brother.
Oh, so if you get rejected, that means you're not wanted? That means if someone doesn't want to have sex with you, it means you're not wanted, right?
That's a fact.
Are we
Is that
kind of changing the conversation a little bit?
Well, yeah, they have.
sorry, yeah. I just one more question. If rejection means you don't you're sorry, he distracted me. What was the question we just asked each other? Sex equals rejection? No, rejection equals
Right now, pretty much, he was trying to equate women having a higher body count at a younger age to, I guess, access to sex. I'm assuming.
no. Me and Bronzo, we were just he just said something about like access. When you deny someone, it means you're being rejected, right?
Yeah, you're not desirable.
Right. So why do you guys have a problem with men who are in monogamous relationships complaining about they're being rejected all the time by the person they're with? If you guys understand that if someone doesn't want to have sex with you, it means what?
So,
They're rejecting you, right?
when you are in a marriage or in a relationship and you get into, if you was once in a healthy sexual relationship with your wife and now all of a sudden she changes her mind for the next 3 months, it's something that you need to go figure out what's going on with your woman, because something is mentally happening with your woman.
Can I add to that, Sharon?
And that's what we really need to get down to. And when you force, and I let Trucker Jail jump in, and when you force your woman to have sex with you when she is not in a good mood, when she is tired and all these things, eventually she's going to equate sex with that emotion. And that's going to make her even reject you more later on down the line, to a close to point where she blow up and say, all you want from me is this, even though you only ask twice in a month.
Well, if the man didn't constantly pursue, he'll end up in a lesbian relationship where no one has sex.
So what happens is, when you understand when your woman is tired or not in the mood, instead you need to talk to her and understand what's going on with her. Instead of just shutting off and giving her the silent treatment and being mad and shut off within the bedroom and not want to hug her anymore. And now you have an attitude towards her because of the denial. So if you do the opposite, instead of being upset, now when you be understanding, now she understands that she could be open with you and be honest with you. And therefore she will not cut off that sexual organ to you. Because it is a mental thing for women.
Well, if she's saying she's tired, that means you need to do more around the house.
What?
And lighten her load. That's what that means.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm not even going.
If a man said he was tired, so you need to go out and go work. Wouldn't that be a
Jack,
These women do go out and work, right?
They do. Most of them do.
Right. So what are we talking about?
Okay.
So that's just the thing. So people need to understand that. I think most of the time, most men do not understand that, and that's because men be on these panels spewing nonsense, saying that a woman should never deny because that's all she do. Where those same women is out there working too. They putting in the bills. I just showed the video when a woman was protecting her man. So they are not protecting and they're not providing the way how they say that they are. The problem is most of the men that are doing the protecting and the providing, they are speaking up for the weak men and don't realize it. You cannot put yourself you cannot be in survivor's remorse.
And Sharon, since
you made it out,
talking,
but every man is not moving the way how you are, and you need to understand that.
Since we're talking about marriages, right? We're talking about marriages right now. That Jack brought that stat up, right? About men being unhappy sexually with their wives, right? Well, what men have to realize, what we have to realize is this: sex is just a small part of intimacy.
Very small.
Just a small part of intimacy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as a husband, right, it is your job to set the mood in your relationship, right?
Man, I was
give
just about
your
to say that
wife,
shit.
give your wife the other forms of intimacy that she desires, right? And then you're gonna get your end goal, which is sex. It happens, it works every time. Otis is shaking his head yes, because he's married and he understands that. Sharon is shaking his head yes.
Mm-hmm.
He's married and he understands the same thing, right? So we gotta understand, we can't just be, cussing our wife out and then expecting her to want to have sex with us at the end of the night. Come
So
on, man. We
Brownsville.
gotta
Hey,
do better.
Brownsville. Hey,
So
Brownsville, real quick, can I say this? Am I wrong for tripping that everything you just said, I assume that most men think like that? Am I
Yes,
wrong?
you're wrong for assuming that. Absolutely.
yeah, you got it.
Everything Brownsville said was beautiful. And I'm like, so who doesn't think like that?
Otis, you'd be
Yes.
surprised how many dudes out here move like that. Like it's very simple because for me, I like to call it all day foreplay. Right?
That's a good
You
way
know
to
what
call
I'm
it.
saying? A little bit of this, a little bit of that during the day. Not no, I work 14 and you know what I'm saying? And then at the end of the night, kind of like on schedule, up, drop them draws. Like, nah, it don't work like that. So, but
Wow.
to Jack, to what he was talking about, listen, normally, and dude's gonna hate me for this. Normally, if a woman is refusing you, all right, it's because she's tired. She's been taking care of the home, and that's respectable. You know what I'm saying?
That's
I'm
the
not
truth.
listen. Don't nobody want no pity. Like, don't nobody want no pity pussy. None of that shit. I mean, unless you that type of
Right.
dude,
It ain't the same.
you a
Right.
weird
You're
ass
right.
nigga. But,
Right. So,
on
I mean, I
that,
hear you. Is that Trucker Yell?
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
that's
Trucker
me.
Is
Yell
that
That's
talking.
Trucker?
me. So
Go ahead,
so
Vic.
Or
if
he
she's
said my
refusing,
name, so I figured he was talking to me. My bad.
Yeah.
so if she's refusing you, if she's using it as a weapon, then that's a
That's
different
different.
story.
Yeah.
But normally, okay, respectfully, normally it's because she's tired. She's worked hard. She probably stressed out from cussing somebody out, or she's
Kid,
dealing with some family issues.
come on.
That's you know what I'm saying. You have to know your lady.
You
If she
have to
just
know her.
everything is good, and then all of a sudden she just like acting a little bit weird, had a conversation first.
Come
Then if
on.
it gets worse, keep trying to talk to her. Then you give out. Listen. What the hell is going on? You know what I'm saying? Just be honest. Like a
There
lot
we
of dudes is
go.
afraid to ask them goddamn questions.
Come on.
A lot of dudes
Oh,
stay
okay.
silent instead of just fucking manning up and just being honest. Like grab your balls. Hey, what
I
the
want
fuck
to.
going on? Is
I want
everything
to.
all good? Am I
I want to
doing something
respond to
wrong?
that. I want to
Yeah.
respond to that. I'm
Yeah,
going to
Jack, I
say.
got you the second dial.
Um. I want to respond to that. One first thing I want to beat Daryl Long for it. I'm gonna just say the mixed black woman is God because I just want to beat Daryl Long before he beats me to it. And the second one is you someone I forgot who mentioned it about yelling at your wife or something like that and then expecting sex afterwards. I know too many people in those kind of toxic relationships, so I can't really say for certain if that's accurate. Too many people fight with each other, angry with each other, and then have toxic makeup sex afterwards. It's weird, but it happens. And the second one, it was about fuck, I should have wrote it down. Yeah, that's it.
No problem.
You
And
gotta
so
look for the
again,
one
so
that
I
got
want
the.
to talk to that toxic thing again. The way how y'all do it is going to be a representation of that act. So if every time y'all have the best intimacy of your life is when you argue, guess what? Y'all gonna find ways to argue.
Bars.
Y'all gonna look for ways to get upset and angry and argue so you can have that great intimacy. So same way, if your woman is tired and frustrated and you force that upon her, all of a sudden that is going to be a way in her mind how her body is going to react to intimacy. You do not want your woman reacting in a negative way to intimacy.
I
So
actually remembered
not
that third thing. Sorry.
go ahead.
I actually remember because you just said the whole tire thing. And I don't want to put this out on all women because, I'm already an incel. So I already got a lot of baggage that I have to carry with just that label alone. So I got to be careful with my words. And so I'm going to say, what if, and this is something I know from personal experience, the reason she's tired, and she's always saying she's tired, it's not because she's tired, it's that she wants to make sure the baby isn't his.
Huh?
What?
Hold on, say that again.
Whoa, hold the
Hold
hell
on,
up.
hold on. Let's make some
Pause.
clarity. Guys, say that again because it might be something that he went through. Go ahead, say it again.
A lot of guys go through periods where their wives are constantly denying them. They're constantly on their period like 7 times a month, and they're always tired, and they don't work and they don't have kids, but she's always tired and she's always out there like that. Is it possible But the reason why she keeps denying you is because if she gets pregnant, she wants to make sure that the baby isn't yours or his.
No, but what?
But that's I mean that could be a
What?
possibility for a cheating woman, but in most cases I don't think that has happened. But
So so
that can be a possibility in a small minority of women that is out there that have two men and she is cheating. Yes.
so Jack. So are you asking?
Now
Go
we can
ahead.
move past that. He's just saying like people be doing some weird things, and that's what he's saying. And so she's denying
See,
it because she want to be certain that she know who's the daddy. She don't want to have it that close within proximity. So this
well,
way she
that's why I
can
was
have a better
saying
idea.
you understand the word when I was saying if she's using it for a weapon
Right. So that's the
versus a
weapon.
woman just being tired, she's using that as a weapon, dog.
Yeah, that's the difference.
When she's using it, oh well, you ain't getting sex because this, that, and the third. Is either she don't like you or she creeping. That's just what it is. Now, usually it's a woman that's tired. If she's tired, she's tired, dog. You gotta
Yeah,
respect
that's it.
that.
Usually,
That's
that's
it.
what it is.
Let's not
I don't.
forget, please. Let's not forget that she could just be tired and over the whole relationship. Okay,
She could just
Yeah.
be,
she
so
could just be
hey,
done with your ass and then let you know yet she
So
ain't
that
cheating.
means she's checked out, right? And
And
she's
maybe
already into
Is
her next
used
relationship.
as a weapon.
really serious about what you're talking about right now.
so
And if she gonna check it out, she gonna wait till the end of the week, and she gonna see you still feel this way. Like, yeah, that nigga, yeah, he was
so
serious
and
about
so
the
that's
baby.
what and so that's
She
what
gotta
Trucker and so that's what Trucker Yell was saying, that you need to pay attention to your woman. You should have signs before she checks out 100%. You should have signs leading up to this full 100% checkout. So if you pay attention to your woman, you know what makes your woman move and think. You would know that she's having a problem as soon as she does it. You know that's the instant that it happened because you pay attention to it. Because that's your woman. I sweat my woman. I know when she have an attitude, when she doesn't have an attitude.
Mhm. Yep.
Even sometimes I act like I don't see it so she can work through it. I want to see if she can work through it first, and then I'll go see if it's something that I can help her with. But I want to see if she can do it first. I'll give her space if she need be. So you just got to understand your woman and pay attention to your woman, and you'll understand the different moves that she goes through in life. And same thing she would notice with you as well. What's up, Daryl Long? What is your thoughts?
I think you hit it right on the head, man. Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Good. I think if sometimes you just gotta just give a woman space. Clear communication is one of the things that men could work on that will fix a lot of these situations. A lot of the times you just sit down and talk to a woman, she'll tell you what she's going through, she'll tell you what she needs. And sometimes, like Sharon just said, she don't need you to talk. She might not even need you to have a solution. The solution might just be you
Leave the hell
listening,
alone.
right? And real talk. You know what I mean? Because that I think sometimes we get this hero complex, this Superman, Kal-El complex, where we want to just put on a cape and save every woman, where women don't need saving. Women can save themselves, right? And women don't need you to do it, especially if you're going to feel egotistical behind it and try to act like some kind of knight in valiant fucking armor. No. So sometimes I think the best thing that we can do is just communicate on a healthy level and it make all these situations easier.
Absolutely. Woo. Go ahead, PhD. I see you.
So I think men often discount the fact that women too are visual creatures, right?
Oh shit.
We are able to, in many instances, subdue that and focus on other things like, okay, if he'll be a great father or he's a good provider,
Macro
that
versus
type of thing.
micro.
I'm sorry, can you let people speak, Otis? And so, if he's a good provider, if he got some other things going on, but that's still a part of it, right? And so a lot of times these women simply just aren't attracted. I had to tell a male friend of mine that, he married this woman, very attractive woman. And he, is a very nice guy. He got a great personality, really smart, but, he's, overweight, his thighs scrubbed and, that type of thing. And so he was saying, like, once he married the woman, well, actually, they got married and I didn't see him for about a year or two. When I saw him, he said they had gotten a divorce. And I was asking him, like, well, what happened? And he was saying one of, several things that led to their divorce was the fact that once they got married, like, there really wasn't any more sex. And I was just like, she wasn't attracted to you.
Yeah.
So I think men will reach for all these other excuses. And so, one of the first things you need to do is ask yourself how I look coming out the shower.
Damn.
And then work on it, if necessary. Because again, women are visual creatures too. So
let me say real quick, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I apologize, PH Diva. My mic was on mute. Seriously. So I didn't want you to think I was doing it on purpose.
All right, thank you.
I got a question for PhD.
I was actually going to ask. Can I ask a second after you go? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I got a question. This is a question for the ladies.
Mm-hmm.
What's higher on the list? The looks of the man or the character of the man?
I think that's subjective, but good question though.
Higher in what sense?
That was not a good question.
As in overall, like the ultimate goal. What's more important? The looks or the character of the man? Longevity.
Well, so I would say like character, because looks are necessarily going to change, right? And when you said longevity, looks are certainly going to change. At the same time, so I think those women are doing exactly what you're saying. They could prioritize that character over his looks. But okay, so now we married, we building a life together. But how often do I want you bouncing up and down on top of me, right? And so that's where the issue comes in. So I don't think the women are. I think the women are prioritizing those character traits, or if he's a good provider or that type of thing, over the looks. But when you in that marriage day to day, and the man coming and he got his penis out, then the woman looking like, geez, you know what I mean? It was just, y'all probably don't watch this show, but it's a show, and I don't watch it, but I watch people who watch it. Anyways, so there was a very attractive woman who married an older rich man, and she got with him. They got married. He won't even have a paternity test on the children because he don't even want to know if but he let her. He was having ED problems, so he said you could have a home pass.
I'm glad you brought that up. Okay.
No. So he told her you could, just be discreet with it. Now the problem came in because she wasn't being discreet at all, right?
Wow.
She ran up. And when his money ran out, then she ran out. So now they're in the process of getting a divorce, and so he up there about to cry and whatnot. But I think, the issue was she wanted his providership. He was a good businessman, so she wanted those character things from him. But, she also wanted to have her a tenderoni on the side that she could get the good jug from, right?
So basically she was a gold digger. Like we all sitting here saying she was a gold digger way before she got with that
No,
dude.
absolutely not.
I don't think she necessarily had to be a gold digger. Like I said, he had some things. He was older than her, and so he had some things. He probably had some maturity that she liked. He had some things that she liked, but he was just an old man with a
she's
that didn't work.
The first off, before they even got married, she knew he had ED problems way before that, but she still went through the marriage.
He did too.
Just because he was a businessman and all the other stuff.
Okay, but he went through with everything because he saw that she was a young, attractive woman, and he wanted that arm candy on his arm.
Yeah,
he didn't want her for sex because he couldn't have sex. Okay, if they both getting what they want, what's the problem?
Okay, so here's the problem. They both chose poorly.
Right. Okay. Well, now they getting a divorce.
Both chose poorly. Yeah, they
and
both
he the one crying though. He the one
and
crying. She ain't.
Of course she's not, because she's getting everything. Of course.
Right. Exactly.
Of course.
But that example was just to go with what you said. When you said, is the character more important, or is the looks more important? And can women prioritize character over looks? So she prioritized.
No, neither. She did not.
All right, we're gonna move past it. So they both chose poorly, and it's just that he was end up crying. He's a little bit more hurt.
But hold up. But you know what? You know what's crazy, Sharon?
What's that?
Neither of them chose character first before anything.
That is a great point. Hey, go ahead, Jack. Knock it off. I know you had a question for PH Diva.
Yeah, you guys were going down that line of looks over character, and I was just watching this. I was just watching this review of Baby Boy, so that was actually kind of funny. So I was because in the review she she was talking about how women are lined up for guys out who are just fresh out of the pen. They got nothing to offer for D, and then they get pregnant by these guys, and then they complain that he don't do shit. He ain't shit. It's like he literally just got out of it was funny. Sorry, it was a good review. Anyways, so I was thinking about the question that I had for PhD visit. I was get on my Dark Lake shit and just let's see. Since you're the only woman here, I think I'm not sure. I
So
don't think
happy
so.
sister.
Okay, so I think earlier we were talking about something about like women being more disciplined. I was just wondering if you know for a fact if how is having a whole phase and like being disciplined, how does that work together? Like, is it do you have to be disciplined in one part of your life, or is it like a lifelong thing? Like, can you have moments of not discipline, or like, because I'm always wondering of that of like what
You have
makes
to
a person's
discipline your whole
identity.
life, only part of it.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to say. Is like, do you have to be
People make
disciplined all the time, or only some of the time, in order to be considered a
people
disciplined
make
person?
mistakes, man. But the problem is
But
too many
you would
people
have
live.
to.
But let Diva answer first, and
Oh
then
my God.
Trucker, yeah, you can finish it up.
So first off, I came in at the tail end of that conversation. But you're asking the women when the women weren't the ones making that assertion. So you would need to ask that question to the men, right? Because they were the ones
I
that made the
think. I
assertion.
mean, does any if you want to pass it off to that, sure. Does any man have any answer to that? Does one part of your life dictate like whether or not you're a disciplined person? Because if you can be undisciplined for like a long period of time, are you really a disciplined person?
I
So
think
here's
that
the thing.
men only see that in women. Like if a man says that he's a lawyer, but he get a lot of pussy and he fuck a lot of women, and he even if he got baby mamas, they're not going to say. And sorry, let's say if PhD would come along and say, I'm not hiring that fucking black attorney.
Do your best not to curse.
Yeah, I'm not hiring that attorney because he you know he has a lot of baby mamas, right? He has no D discipline. Most bandits here would say, well, how does that impact his like his able his like how does that dictate his ability to prosecute cases? That's the theory I'm pretty sure most of y'all would say, right? So I never understood the correlation to a woman having a quote unquote whole phase to everything else in her life. She can have a whole phase and still be a good businesswoman, a whole phase and still be a good business partner, and a million other different things.
But it's so
I just don't
controlled.
I think usually this is terminology used to shame women and to say that you weren't disciplined in this area of life, so you probably are not disciplined in these areas of life. Like, but that can be applied to the men. Usually, I don't hear that applied to the men.
So I
Okay.
have a philosophy. If you I look at it like this. If you ain't disciplined in your life, I can't do business with you. Because I know if a woman throws some coochie at you, you gonna lose. You gonna basically just f up the business. You know what I'm
Damn.
saying? So that's just my philosophy. That's how I look at it. You feel me? So, but to your point, we make mistakes as men. The part that I get frustrated is when the same dudes that always they always crying about their decisions, and it's like, yo, you ain't learned from your first mistake. You telling me after getting your divorce and losing 90% of your things, you want to make the same mistake again, or you wanna have 18 years of child support for the for the rest of your life, basically. You ain't learned from the first one.
Wait,
So
so
that's
Trucker,
that's how I
yo,
look.
are you? Can I ask you a question?
I got pushback for that too.
Was
Go ahead.
that was Trucker, yo, right? Who was
Yes.
just
Yeah, that
speaking?
was Trucker. Yeah.
Oh, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
If you're saying that making the same mistake over and over means you're not a disciplined person, right? At what point is that like you intentionally doing something? Like, because I think the whole purpose was to excuse people from making mistakes, but at what point did you doing the same thing over and over become a choice? Because that would have to determine what is discipline, right?
And before
So
you answer that, Trucker, PhD, but would you like to do the honors?
Certainly, sir. MJ, the last sniper. I don't want to hear nothing about character when you literally have men saying women are only valuable by their vagina. Good day, Sharon and panel. Right. Thank you, MJ.
Man, you
So I'm not
literally
listen.
can't
I'm not
take an
arguing with
objective
that.
breakdown, lady. I said
So
it one time. Damn.
so I agree with
But
that.
to
I don't
Trucker,
look at
your
women as
point,
like that, and I think it's
I get,
disrespectful.
but Trucker, I get what you're saying too about like men who are, you know, let's say disciplined and they might be bad for business. So let's say do you think that you can give me a better job than Nick Cannon or Future right now? Like if Nick Cannon came to me and wanted to offer me the same position that, or maybe a better position that you could, who would be a better person for me to align myself with as far as reputation right now and everything? Who would I make more money with? Because Nick Cannon is known as the person who has no deep discipline. Are you saying that I would make more money with somebody like you versus somebody like him?
I mean, it's your choice. I wouldn't say that. I would
No,
say
no, I know I
you
had the
are. I
choice, but the
wouldn't.
question
I was.
is, no, 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 I know I had the choice, right? So just so you can fully understand the question, I can get the answer, right? Which one of you would be a better choice based on what you're saying? You said that like deep discipline means that he's probably bad at business, but we see he's a multimillionaire like Future. So I'm asking, even though it's my choice, which I already know, what would be a better, option? Who would I make more money with?
Most likely me. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
Nick Cannon, he don't have his own mindset. He's a go along, get along type of person, right? Two, all money ain't good money. Just because he got more money, or just because he working with other people that got him to where he at, doesn't mean he's disciplined. Yo, as soon as what will happen when he mentioned the fact that, or he said something that was actually true, and he
About the
lost his show and
Israelites. Yeah.
everything else, that dude
Hmm.
got on his knees and basically put the, you know what I'm saying, put his hands up and praised to get back to his position. If it was me, okay, yo, you cut me off for being honest and truthful, fuck you. That's how I look at it. You gon' lose. You got a problem with me actually being upfront and honest with people? I'm good on you. I'm not gonna sit here in front. I'm not a go along type of person. All right, I'm straight up. I got a family. You know what I'm saying? I got a village. That's what I preach. I'm not gonna sit here. That's just how I move. Okay. Now this fool, he got 12, 13 kids and all that other shit. Then he trying to give you advice on family, all this other shit. Hey, more power to you. But that's how I look at it. So either way it go, I'm getting money just like him. It's just my
Nick Cannon and Future had multiple villages and a lot of money to feed them villages too. So
man.
I
I
would
don't give a
say
fuck about
that
it. I don't.
Nick Cannon, big discipline or not, Nick Cannon or
I
Future
don't
would
care,
be the best better
bro. See,
person to
that's
work
the
with.
bro. That is the problem
Yeah,
right now, nigga. Just
they
cause y'all
have more
got
Thank you,
access
money,
to so
Victor.
many
yo.
things other
Just
than
cause,
that you
Thank you,
don't
yo.
have.
Victor.
Just because y'all motherfuckers have money, don't give you the fucking option to be constantly
I don't care
fucking
what
over
he
different
doing with
women,
his
my nigga. That does
look.
not make you a man. It doesn't make
But
you a
but but
man.
but Trucker, yeah.
Wow.
Again, you're kind of like I wasn't talking about the character. I said business. Me personally, I don't give a fuck what you're doing. Almost, are we making money
Right.
together? Period. Because we talk about business. I'm not talking about you being my like my pastor, right? Business, right? So when we talk about somebody like a Future or a Nick Cannon, they clearly. I mean, that's why. For example, the highest we ever saw Kitten Hills get into the mainstream was when he did that video as a fake therapist for a Future. It wasn't like he was looking for random people to just do business, to do videos with, right? He went and he did business with Future, and I heard plenty of men say, well, "Look at him, he's going mainstream with Future now." Never once did they say he's a baby daddy. He's going to ruin Kevin's, like his fucking image. That was a farce. Like it's not true. So the whole
Bro,
thing about, and I respect your opinion, whatever, but you didn't really give me any reason to go make money with you over this person. You just gave me a list of qualities, and then you told me about a situation where really that's how you made it seem. But I can paint it like this: Nick Cannon made a public mistake. Nick Cannon made a public apology and took public accountability, right? Which brought back in the J community and more money while you're saying you're going to cut that off, and you're also going to make more money for me over him, and all of this is based on because he made a public mistake and chose to be apologetic about it. No, I think that rhetoric
you know what?
will
So
lose somebody.
the only pushback I would have with it is that, like, yeah, I would say, like, you know, we got Elon, we got Cannon, we got Donald Trump. Those are some famous, just to name a few, that have baby mothers and multiple kids and all that. But we used to go a percentage wise, most of the men that are displaying discipline, they have the better success rate than the men that are not displaying dick discipline. So we go percentage wise, I would say go with the man that's displaying the dick discipline. But yes, it is some dope ass men that are just careless. We also got some rich ass drug addicts.
Ron, where do we get those percentages
things
from?
like that as well? So, but I do get that point, but I just don't believe that percentage wise we should go that way.
Where do we get those percentages from?
I mean, because the percentage that we going off of now is pretty much off of like celebrities. But what I was saying is that if we used to go off of just like, if we just look at the top 1%, the top 1%, we know in that percentage, most of them, 51% or greater of the top 1% are married.
Hey, Sharon, can I address that super chat when you get a chance?
Like our former president, Bill Clinton.
Yes.
He was married. Didn't practice dick discipline. He the Monica Lewinsky shit was, I mean, it was everywhere. So I think that that's a major misconception, especially with the fact that divorces is mostly ending due to infidelity, right? It's one of the top 3 reasons why divorces end. So the misconception that just because a man is married, that it means that he's practicing deep discipline. That is an extremely misconception.
And I think that's a perfect example. I think that's a perfect example of not having dick discipline can ruin a man. So the place where he is falling short at, and he's put his dick in anything that's moving, especially his secretary, it would show that you could lose a very powerful position by where you put your penis into. So that's why that's why I love these conversations. It's really good back and forth, Canada. I really appreciate that. Man, that was great. That was awesome. We both got 2 points of view. We both strongly stood on it too.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Whatever, Otis. God, please, Diva.
MJ, the last sniper. There's a reason why in countries like Asia, a man not being married and infidelity is a scandal and bad for business. Because
Exactly.
they aren't looked at as trustworthy, even to the most important people in their life.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely,
And that's what
100%.
all I was saying right there.
Absolutely. MJ, was that a bounty, MJ? You know she's a sniper. Go ahead, Jack, knock it off. I know you had a question as well.
Yeah, there was a super chat that it was talking about. It wasn't. It's not a hit dog holler thing. It really doesn't really apply to me. But she said, what is it? Guys don't even think about women as vaginas. I figured it was a very practical response that I gave the other day about why guys would choose to only seek vagina out of a woman. If you think about all the things that a man would want from a woman, and you got a time frame of like what, 2 days, 20 minutes, what can you actually get from this woman? Especially if you're never going to see her again. So it doesn't even make sense. Like, can you build a family? Can you get submission? Can you get loyalty, cooking, protection, all that from somebody you don't know who has options? Like you can't get any of that from somebody you just met. The only thing you can reasonably say, what can I get in the short amount of time that I got and the little resources I have? What can I get? Let's see. Should I try to build a family or all that stuff in like 5 seconds? No, it's not going to work. So what can I actually get out of this situation? So when a man approaches a woman, he says, which one is cheaper? Going to go build a house, building my character, getting disciplined, building a network, learning the scripture, all that shit in order to have submission, loyalty, cooking, oppression? Or can I just go get on some nice clothes, some haircut, have a horoscope and some vibes and get some vagina tonight? Which one of these is more practical in a 24-hour fucking period?
Right. But that's it. But that's the thing. We don't want men to just move in a 24-hour period because it's not going to be good for his life in the long run. If he's just looking at his life as a 24-hour thing.
Just define no discipline.
Yeah. So
most men don't believe they're gonna make it to 25. So a lot of men do move in a 24-hour period.
Well, that's his issue.
Yeah,
That's his
that's the
problem.
serious.
And could that also be
That's his
not a
problem.
that's so society shows that most men are living past 25. Most men are
Yeah.
making it to 65, 85. That's what's
All
really
of
happening
And
in real life. You know what I'm
just to
saying?
add,
So
and
you know,
just to
so like, so
add,
we gotta get. So this is why we do have to have the ability to challenge these conversations, because it's way too often men on the other side just saying the things that is representing the badness of our young men. And
and
this is
just to
why I started my platform. That's why I say we rebel against remedial rhetoric, because another person said it and it sounded good, and a lot of people just regurgitate the things, but it's not real life functioning to help young men out. And we got to help them, because this shit is something that Otis says, and this is a great quote. It's so simple that it's complicated.
and just to
The
add,
reason why I bring up these points from the perspective that I bring it from is because if you want to understand the problem, you have to diagnose the problem. In order to diagnose the problem, you have to understand what you're looking at. You can't do that if no one has any clear, concise, or specific arena they're trying to tackle. So I always figure I'd come in as the opposition and speak from a perspective that's not necessarily my own, but I could actually articulate better than most of them can.
Absolutely,
So,
and it is
Damn,
absolutely appreciated. Don't think that your pushback and articulation is not appreciated. It is absolutely 100% appreciated, because we also keep in a conversation where we keep it to the topic. So that's a beautiful thing, and we just minding out our different ideologies, and whoever wins wins. It's great. It's awesome. So keep it up.
yeah.
Go ahead, Otis. I know you want to jump in, and then Chucky, I want to jump in as well. Anybody else can just jump in.
No, I'm not gonna. I don't really have too much to say. Again, I don't really be having dogs in this fight. I'm learning every day. Again, you are great at what you do. You're great at what you do. You say some shit, and I get emotionally involved when I know you're not speaking about me. But I tend to hear shit that you say, and it's a trick, and it's a trap, and you're good at it. So, but you good. It starts
In church,
conversations.
in
You
church
good.
they call that being convicted, or the pastor stepping on your toes.
All right, PX people, relax, young lady, relax. I got you. I feel you. You good at what you do. I got you. You good.
Don't get in no headlock now, Otis. Don't get in no headlock.
I'm yielding.
We need 4 more likes, Sean. Can we at least get 4 more likes? I appreciate y'all. So now that I think we got to the conclusion with the sex part. I believe so. I want to know, do y'all still believe that men hold access to marriage? Is that still a thing that we are going to hold on to 2024? Because now we know sex is not something that is just available to women.
I do.
No, the government grants access to marriage.
I mean, technically,
in a secular society, a government does. In a religious society, you might be able to say that the man, but in a secular society like our own, the government has control over.
Okay, so technically,
most marriages.
So technically, I would say you're right, but still, so what we're more talking about is the social construct of it, of building with a relationship, not necessarily the direct answer, because that is the direct answer, right? So
that's why I said in a secular society where no one has like religious principles, where you have the whole submission under God, submission under man, another that principle, and if everyone was actually on agreement on that, then you can say man has access to marriage. But in a secular society where most people don't get married under religious covenant, you cannot say that men grant access to marriage, because the woman has every equal opportunity to leave, and the man really can't say anything about it. So,
in that situation, Jack, wouldn't it be both? Because the man and the woman both have to sign the marriage license. Like, without her signature, even if she say yes, right? Even if you guys have like a little formal wedding or whatever, without that signature legally, she's not your wife, from my understanding.
Yeah, and plus, if you was to go to the courthouse, you still got to wait 24 hours, so you still have a chance to retract your signature. So,
well, if you're looking at marriage as a long-term kind of commitment and who you want to grant access to,
but what I'm talking about in a relationship wise, not in the actual technical sense. So what we hear in these spaces is that men are the one that has access to marriage, and I think that is a lie. Do anybody have a question?
I'm so friendly. Let me ask you a dumb question. I'm so for real. What do you mean? I need clarity. What do you mean by man? The men have access to marriage. What is your true definition of that? I need some clarity.
So, I mean, that is a good point, because I wish we had somebody here that believes that men do have complete access to marriage. So the same way how they say women have access to sex,
I said I do.
It's the
I
same
believe in
way
it.
how as men have access to marriage. So men control the marriage house between men and women.
I'll be back. I gotta make a quick run later.
Thank you.
But see,
Appreciate
Thank
you,
Sean,
you.
man.
see,
See
I
you
think about it
soon.
like this: if I ask MJ to marry me and she say no, do I really control the access to it, or do she? So that's why I say it's
She does.
50-50,
Yeah.
right?
That's
It's
what I'm saying.
50-50.
I got you. I'll just try to understand the question. So, but I get you though.
You
Okay.
understand, Otis?
I
Because
do.
you know, I'm trying to get to that level of marriage or whatever, but I have to ask and she has to say yes. Those, it's like yin and yang. They have to work collectively together in order
Right.
for the marriage to even exist. Otherwise, it's over. I can't just force it on her.
So I got a question, and I want men to really be honest. If your woman, this is how I look at it. If even you propose to her, she ain't forced you to marry her. She ain't give you no ultimatum. You like, yo, this is it, right? You ask that woman to marry you, and she says no. Is the relationship gonna be the same after that? No.
It's definitely not, but you still don't control the access to marriage still, right?
I
Like,
know. So it's
so
pretty
Otis
much
and
over,
Sharon, like y'all out
right?
there in New York, I know y'all understand because it's a big community out there that they have Sharia's law. I know what Sharia's law is, right?
I'm in St.
The
Louis,
one,
but yeah.
oh damn, but nevertheless, under Sharia's law, men genuinely control marriage. Sharon can force a marriage on your daughter under that law, right? And say, my son have to marry your daughter. And all the community would agree because it's Sharia's law. Goes back to
Mhm.
Jack's point about how the government and institutionalized things are. But still, under that institution, men are controlling it. Under ours, it's 50-50 because you need both parties to agree to it. Under that, institution, well, under Sharia's law, the men literally can force it upon the woman with or without her consent, which means she
Mm.
controls it.
I don't know, bro. I'm looking at it like this because I just couldn't see any woman getting on her knees and asking a man to marry, that part.
It happens.
But I
Mm.
know it happens,
Yeah,
but
that
that
happens,
that
Ernie.
that only happens to a bitch. I'll just put it like that.
Damn.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
yeah,
No.
that's how I look at it for a dude. But it once that woman, it just is once that woman says no, the relationship is pretty much over. It's done.
I mean, I think it would. So if we want moving into that, I think it depends on what she's saying no for. If she says no, we're not ready yet because we need this finances, this we need this going on. We
Right.
don't even
Yeah. I'm
have a
about to
car
say that.
yet.
Yeah.
So if it's under those pretense, I think the marriage the relationship is not over. But she's just
Right.
saying no. I'm weighing
With
out
no
my
explanation.
options.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nah,
It
because
is. Yeah.
normally it's not the well, we got to work on our finances. No, it's no, like no, for the other reasons, and that it's not really financial or anything like that. It's just no.
Hey, to be honest with you, most of the time when a woman say yes, she's not necessarily saying yes. That's why they say, that's why they try to get you to wait a year or two after the engagement.
Nah,
If
that's
it's
because
really,
niggas ain't
if it's
got the
really
money.
yes, if it's really yes, let's take our ass to the justice of the peace right now. If you really
Yeah,
believe in me the way how
nah,
you
I
say
ain't
it.
That's why
rocking
But
with
most of
Sharon,
these
that,
women are
and
not
that's
believing. So when they saying yes, this is why so many women have so many different engagements, 3 and 4 engagements, because when they say yes, they still not really 100% sure.
no, because
that's
they
why it's
want
very
that
dangerous
they
to
want
compare
that
their cultures to ours.
$100,000
Yeah, I
wedding
don't think we
versus
should.
the actually going. Hey, that's a good point that you. If it's yes, yo, yeah, she's more. Hey, we got to go downtown. We can do that right now, no problem.
Yeah.
Versus the other
Hmm.
way, well, I need that 100,000. I need that 50,000. You know what I'm saying? Wedding. It's like, yo, that 50,000 we could put towards an investment. Nah, it's my wedding. Yada yada yada. It's not
Mhm.
about the marriage.
Do you think
It's
that
just
more
that
men would
the.
prefer Sharia's law, Sharia, over the way that we do things here in America? I do think that, me
Wait,
personally, I
first,
think that more
what's
men
the
would prefer
Sharia's
that.
law? If you don't mind me asking.
Damn. Hopefully
Yeah,
y'all
I'm
already
trying to.
understood it.
This is the first time hearing it, so I'm just wondering what is that?
So, Sharia, Sharia. To make it, I do it in 60 seconds. Sharia law is the law that governs most of the Islamic community, right? Under that law, which is mostly religious principally, uh, it's based on religion. The men basically control everything. Under that law, I'm not gonna say the ages because I don't want to be, you know, I don't want to bring that up right now. But even under the adolescence ages, beginning at the age where the young lady gets her blood, the men under that law can force marriage upon anybody. That's why I use Sharon and Otis, or let's say me and Otis. If Otis had a son and I had a beautiful daughter, and he said, "You have to, marry my daughter," it's mothers who have petitioned against Sharia's law. They have left different areas where it is, but now it's in America because those different people, they come here, they build their little communities, and they hold fast on their standards. And there's a lot of different cases in places like Houston and Texas where a lot of immigrants coming in, New York now, Chicago, where they seeing a big deal of it because the men are coming there and they're forcing it on them. And you can't really go against it if you are a part of that religion, a part of that culture.
Wow.
But I say that because there are studies right now, Otis, and you can look into it yourself, where American men want to adopt the practices of the Sharia laws because they want to control women. They believe that the best way to get to nuclear families is to have more marriages. And if men could force those marriages versus the choice that we have now where women can say no, then they'll be able to control everything else that they complain about.
I don't believe in that, bro. I'm not with that.
Before you go, shout out to MJ Long. What it do, young lady?
Hey, Sharon. Hey, panel. How are you?
How you doing, MJ? You know.
Hey.
And also, before you go, I also want to say shout out to Robin for the cash app for keep grinding. Thank you, appreciate you so much. That means a lot. Thank you for everybody showing love and support. Thank you. It means a lot that we are doing this and we grinded together. I really appreciate every last one of you. Thank you so much. Even the ones that are just hate watching, I appreciate you too. And the ones that hate watch and make $1 off a clip in my videos, you should be ashamed of yourself for not sending $1 back when you know you made $1 off of me. Shame on you.
Yeah. Real quick, please.
That's wild, bro.
What
That's kind of
Shannon
crazy, right?
That's crazy.
What Shannon B said in the chat is definitely true. It goes that way for the men as well. A man doesn't have a male doesn't have a choice in that situation either when it comes to Shia's law.
That is
so
correct.
I definitely agree with that. And two, I'm definitely not a component of that. As strong as I am about the man should be in the dominant position in the relationship, that's just my view. I wouldn't go that far with the Shia's law. I'm glad that it is not being practiced wholeheartedly here. I definitely don't agree with that. My plane is landed.
Yeah, let's be honest. You know what that look like when a man is forced to marry? Y'all know what
They
that look like?
betroth the young children together. That way the children grow up together. They know each other. Eventually get married. But they betroth them at a very young age.
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't even do that because that kid that's growing up next to my daughter, he might be a piece of shit.
I just wanted to say something to add to that. I'm not sure if I might have the person wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. But wasn't it Louis Armstrong who was forced to marry a black woman? He wanted to marry a white woman back in the time, and they wouldn't allow him to marry a white woman. So when he married the black woman, he actually tried to kill his wife.
Really?
Yeah.
I haven't.
So that's an example of a man being forced to marry someone that he does not want to marry. He ends up having domestic violence, or even ends up trying to unalive her.
So my question is arranged marriages? My question to that's crazy. My question is arranged marriage the same with what you're talking about, Daryl? Would that be considered, or are they different? Because it sounds like
They
they're different.
basically come from the same cloth, but they are different.
They are different because with arranged marriages is an agreement amongst both parents of both family. They have both decided that their children are best together. It can build a business or something like that, and there's an agreement with it. And they usually have a very long engagement period too to actually see that it's going to work amongst the family. Whereas with Sharia law, a man could literally walk down the street, see your 14-year-old daughter, find out where the family is, and say that your 14-year-old daughter, I'm marrying her. She's going to be one of my wives.
Yeah, somebody go get shanked. I'm telling you right now. Yeah. My guy, you getting shanked. But you ain't got the balls to walk up to me talking about you. Man, listen, nah.
They
Absolutely.
saying Mel saying that it was Sammy Davis.
Yeah, it was Sammy Davis Jr.
Thank you, Mel. Wrong person,
And,
Sammy Davis. I knew it was one of the musicians. Thank you.
yeah,
Sammy
but
Davis.
to
Yeah,
keep
that's
it a buck
crazy.
though, like, do y'all like ladies? Do y'all really want to force marriage on a man? Because I don't think y'all realize what comes with that.
No,
Y'all
we
Absolutely
aren't the
actually
not.
one.
make,
We're
But
make
not
then,
the ones
ultimatums.
suggesting that.
but
No,
that's the
I'm just
funny
saying.
thing, sir. The funny thing,
So,
sir. The funny
yeah,
thing, sir, is that women do not want to force marriage on men, but we do see men are trying to coerce women or force them and fear tactic them for marriage. And sometimes it's not for the right reason, right? Because you want to say this is more beneficial for you, but if the man don't truly love you and value you and respect you in that way, how can it be beneficial for a woman to be up under a man who kind of despises her? Right? Who despises her, who's only utilizing her for what she can do, whether if it's sex or service in the household or even just bearing children. She's not going to get the emotional capacity that she needs from it. She's not going to get the spiritual capacity that a man was supposed to give her, right? By her being her husband. She's not going to get anything that's going to, better her or make her a better person in the inside and have a more fulfilling life if she align herself under a title just of having a man who has his own purpose and reasons for it. This is why we see a lot of relationships, not all, but a lot of relationships that are relationship of utility, right? Women's getting with men just for money. Men are only getting with women for popularity of
Right.
being with a trophy wife and stuff like that. Yeah, you're getting your needs fulfilled, but you're not getting everything that you need. And then after a while, it dies out. If her looks phase, it's a wrap. You're moving on to somebody else, right?
So
If you
so wouldn't
lose
that
money, it's a wrap. She's gone. So that's the problem with relationships of utility.
so that's why I
so
said. I'm
back
sorry.
to
Go
what
ahead,
she
Jay. My
said.
bad.
Now, wouldn't that be a reason for women to want to force men to marry them? The man that has assets, he's doing everything he's supposed to do. He comes from a good family. It'll be the same thing.
No, it
They
wouldn't,
are
bro.
not trying to force marriage on certain men that don't have a thing. But if you can, Dwayne Johnson, if you're a woman and you know what he's capable of doing, or Nick Cannon, if you can force that man to force yourself in his life and tap into his resources, women will be robbing these men
No,
and
But
making
see,
them
it's
get
different,
married to
Vic,
them.
but
right?
that's the
It's different because the situation that I laid out and the situation that wifey laid out are different, and we kind of spoke on them. If me and Sharon have an arranged marriage, he might say, SBG is valued at 10 million and Seven Nation is valued at 10 million. Our children can come together and we are going to agree collectively to bring it together.
Right.
that's an
Versus
arrangement,
in the
right?
Sharia's law, I walk down the street, I see Otis' daughter or Truckee daughter, and I just agree that that's my third wife now. He gets nothing. He don't even get a chance to say if this is okay. That's completely different. Which is why I brought it up, because a lot of people say, well, the Middle East and different places, they have this, this marriage law and they have this submission. Well, a lot of those women were in those type of situations where the family got nothing. Somebody, whether he was a high lord, a merchant, whatever, he took upon himself to practice Sharia's law, and it wasn't arranged. Arranged marriages do happen. They can be beneficial to all parties sometimes.
Okay.
Well, that's what
Hey,
we
Daryl,
used to do with the arrange back then. We used to do that. Oh, your dad is a farmer, or he got this land, or I got this land. Like, remember the saying, like, your last name is important. That was the things that we used to live off back then, right? But to the ladies, the worst thing you can do is to hit your man with ultimatum, because you're gonna get the results. You trying to force Nick Cannon to be a husband, that dude gonna be, he's still gonna be. Y'all don't want that. I'm just putting it out there.
But if
Now,
you force him to be your
Uh,
husband, you
to,
still
to
tap
that
into his
comment, Sharon,
resources.
what
to that
you
comment,
could
we
call
played
it
a
the
video.
resources
My
again,
bad,
bro.
my bad, Trucker. Somebody in the comments said that I was wrong. We actually played a video where the Islamic mother herself said her 15-year-old daughter was taken by a man under Sharia's law. So it's not that I'm saying it. I literally am going off a video, which I'm not going to play for Sharon on my iPad. I'll send it to him, and I'll even do a clip of it, and I'll show you guys on my channel. At the end of the day, it was a mother who actually said that. That's how I found out about the law itself, was because the mother and her sister was fighting for the daughter, trying to get the daughter away from said husband. The daughter
Mm.
actually, she ended up dead.
Damn.
Damn.
Dang.
That's
Yeah, my
crazy.
bad. Yeah, we played the whole video. She went to the fucking police, Otis. She literally made a whole testimony and everything, talked about it. They went back to the parents, and was like, yeah, your daughter made this report. Basically goes against everything that we are for, and they sent her back to her husband. She passed away.
What?
Wow.
I'll put the name of that young lady in the chat.
And also, I want to say we got, it's 2:57, so you got about 2 minutes to figure out if y'all want to extend the show. So in 2 minutes, we need $50 crowdfunded, $25 a minute. I don't care how you figure it out, but you have to figure it out to extend the show. We need $50 for extension.
I'm hop on out, but good show.
Who did Eddie Murphy offspring just married?
I don't know. Thank you, Tucker Yell, for
Martin
stopping
Lawrence.
by. Thank you.
Martin Lawrence's son.
Right, arranged marriage.
I don't think that was an arranged marriage. Like the kids started dating, so I don't.
Yeah,
think
I
they
wouldn't
got together
necessarily
and shit.
call it an arranged marriage, but I do understand
know.
why you said it, because these are children who are brought up in the same environment, same community, probably going to the same schools and stuff. So it's only natural that they would want them to deal with someone in the same social class as themselves.
Right. I got you. Yep. Then it's kind of why I said it, but I get what you're saying though. But yeah. Yep.
Oh, this is what I was talking about right now. Her name was Banaz Ahmad.
Okay.
She was very, very pretty woman, and that was her husband. She met him at 17. They got married. She died at 21. So, and I'm not gonna play it, but it's all through here. When you look through it, it's a lot of different women who dealt with it. This was a woman in Iraq. She was a YouTuber who passed away from the same incident. So, again, these things happen a lot in that region, and it's not really against the law, kind of. It all depends on where you at.
Yeah, and the bad thing about it with this type of situation that I had also explained to Daryl, because one of the things like live stream that he was showing was the person I was talking about. This was a young girl. She was brought up in American ways on the Western side, right? She didn't know that she was beholden to a young man in her country where her family is from. So when her father and brother came up to her saying, well, now you're like 18 years old, you have to go back home and marry this guy. She's like, I don't even know this guy. You betrothed me to him when I was a kid. I don't know nothing. You brought me up in the Western world and all the stuff like that. I don't want to live that. So she decided to say, I don't want to be a part of the religion. I'm not a part of this. I want to live my life. They domestically violence her. She ended up leaving. She ended up, getting her own place and living her regular American life. She ended up finding a boyfriend that she went to school with at college. And you know what her father and her brother did? They kidnapped her. Took her to her home, their home country, where they unalived her.
Wow, that is insane. Actually, she
was born in America.
Yeah.
Shout out to Robin M. PhD, but would you like to do the honors?
Certainly, sir. Robin M. Men and women both control access to sex. Anyone who believes differently is saying men are completely powerless and have no agency over their bodies.
Ooh.
Right.
Oh, she bought y'all a few minutes, so $40 more, and we will keep the show going. 40 more, it will extend it more. Let's keep it going. She gave y'all a little grace period.
But yes, Vic, she was born in America. But like a lot of these other countries, what they do when they take their children back home to their home country so they can know the culture, know the customs and stuff like that. And even when it comes down to betrothing, that's how they betroth them at the very young age. So when she came back, got all her education here, she was well into the westernized civilization, right? So now they're asking her to uphold their tradition over there because they bartered her off to someone saying that, yeah, when she get a certain age and she'll have she graduate out of high school, she's going to come over there and be a wife.
Damn.
But and they unalived her. And it's bad because they took her without her permission. Yeah, they took her without her permission, kidnapped her, literally kidnapped her. Her co-workers, everybody in the States was calling for her. Didn't even notify the mom, and they unalived her over there.
Oh man,
It's
and
bad for business. If I promise Sharon his flesh and he don't get it, you know what I'm saying? I'm willing. I might be bound to be, prosecuted. And I might lose my life. That's how they look at it over there. It's all business.
And Dara, you remember the recent live stream where you said that what happened here in the States? I think you said it happened in Texas when it was not even the
Yeah, it was
daughter
Houston.
who got unalived. It was the best friend who got unalived by the brother because she set her up to get married to someone that was not a part of their religion.
Yeah, they stand on business. It happened in Houston.
And so it is crazy because a lot of times men be acting like these things that when we be talking about these things that these things don't happen. But this is a video. This happened in I believe in Queens. I believe it was in Queens. A daughter, she was just walking up in her apartment, a 4-story walk up in Queens, and then some dude just busts out the upstairs and try to snatch her ass up and kidnap her.
Yes, that happened in Queens.
And the moms, she was the one that had to fight this man all the way down 4 flights of stairs. This is a young man. He was only 25 years old. Look at him. He just come, bust out, grab her up. She's 18 years old, her little dog. It's crazy. So, and they think that men are like, this don't happen. This shit happens. This is broad daylight at her house.
And y'all got strict gun laws out there, right?
Years
So,
old.
damn.
And the person that protected her was the goddamn mother. See, there go the mama running out, chasing her and going downstairs, running, fighting, fighting for her daughter's life. And
where was the father?
Goddamn protectors and all this bullshit.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. If the father's at work, he is not there to protect her. He wasn't there to protect her. Who was there to protect her? The mother. So this goes to show when it comes down to parents, parents are protectors of their children. Regardless of gender.
It's crazy.
No lies told her. No lies told her.
And that's just what it is. And so and he fought back. He was not playing. He was really trying to take this young lady. She had black eyes, bruises, and all that. She had to go to the hospital. It's not a game. It was a real life. And it comes to find out, guess what? That man worked with the daughter.
And it's always like that though. When you find out the situation of how people are getting kidnapped and stuff, it's someone that's been watching them for a very long time. Someone who stops at them, watch them at the store, try to have conversation. Someone who knew them at the school. That's how they scope people out. That's how you scope them, and you find out their regular habits, what routes they take when they get home, what time they get home, all that. That's how those things happen.
Absolutely. It is crazy. Shout out to
About to be a situation.
Shout out to Sway Producer. He added to the extension fund. So now y'all only need
Thanks, Sway. Shout out to Sway.
$35 more so we can extend the show fully. Y'all almost there. We can crowdfund this. Let's get it together. Single dollar bills. It doesn't matter. It don't matter. We just need 35 singles, 35.99 cents. But yeah, so the problem is that we got to really have honest conversation about this whole protection thing. Men are not protected in the way how they think they are. Men are out there doing this nonsense. They are waiting behind upstairs, behind closed doors, behind trees, behind cars. So men got to protect from men. That is the issue that we have. And then when we say it, they be looking at me like I'm some simp, I'm some crazy person. I'm painting it as it's all men. No, it's just men, period.
And we just gotta be I'm sorry, Sharon. We just have to be honest too. When they're talking about providing protection, they're leading back to the old days of when the Bible was created. At that time, most of y'all were working your farms. Y'all was dealing with your crops. Y'all was actually around the vicinity of your home. So it was quick for you to go get a shotgun. It was quick for you to go run back if you heard screams or something like that. This is not the case in modern society. Most of us have to work miles away from our house, literally almost an hour, 2 hours away. You're not protecting 24/7 the way that you think you are.
Well, I try to tell my son to shoot. My wife too. I say, hey, look, both of y'all stay out of the firing spots. Take that position, and just stay there. Call the police and shoot. If you know I ain't coming home, blow anything down and come through the door. And watch yourself when you're outside. Yeah. If I ain't there, you ain't gonna shoot me. I ain't there. Y'all just stay in your rooms. Y'all got what you got up in your rooms, and y'all communicate through yelling or whatever. While somebody on the phone, somebody do guard. Blow anything down that come through that door. I don't care if my folks, your folks. They don't live here. That's how I tell them.
But
Yeah, because majority of people that end up hurt or kidnapped, sometimes it's relatives too now. Because we had an incident a long time ago. A kid came up missing by their own uncle, and they was looking for the girl and everything. It was her uncle that walked the child away from the house. So, see what I'm saying? And that didn't happen a couple of times.
It's so crazy because that's what we read. Because like this young lady, she knew the person that was trying to snatch her up.
About to be a situation.
Shout out to Darren Long and the Sip Nation to pushing the extension forward. Let's get it. Go ahead, Otis. Who?
Thank you. I would like to respond to what MJ Long said, because when she said it, damn, it sent a chill through my spine. Because again, myself, you, and all the other good men out there, even though I don't agree with all the shit you say, Sharon, but we are still good men. The Brownsville out there, love all you guys. She said something. Even though we're not away from home and our loved ones are there, we're not really protecting them as much as we want. And that goes across my mind as I'm driving away from my garage, true story, as my wife's still at home, and that crosses my mind. She's right. We're literally 15 plus minutes away. What can you really do when you're 15 minutes away when they do call you and say, hey, I hear something, yada, yada, woo, woo. You see what I'm saying? So I just wanted to tie that in. No matter where you're a good person, a good man in your relationship or not, you're really not protecting them as much as we think we are. So I just want to just relate that to home. That is true. I'm done.
I agree.
And it definitely goes back. Oh yeah, go ahead, Brownsville. I was just gonna just state what Otis was just saying. That's why y'all always, when you speak to us women, that's why y'all want us to hear what you're saying and take directions, because of the simple fact you subconsciously know that you can't get there an hour away. So you need us to know the precautions that we need to take while you are away an hour away. You know what I'm saying? You need us to know what do we need to do that will help us, gauge in our safety. Gauging our safety when you're an hour away. That's the whole point. That's the whole point about y'all talking about listening and trying to take guidance and instructions, because you subconsciously know that if you're not there, some steps need to happen by the time you get there.
Yeah, and everything MJ said was true. And my question for Vic, because Vic said something that was very intriguing to me. My question is, when was the last time you took your wife and son to the gun range?
We don't, in my area, we don't do gun range. We do backyards, cornfield, cotton field. We got a lot of land and we can shoot. I can literally go outside of my door and shoot, and police won't say nothing. As long as they know who's
so
shooting.
at least you're giving them gun training, which is very, very important. Because as men, we're also not protecting our women and children if we're just leaving them weapons but not teaching them how to utilize them, right? That's very, very, very important to go through the steps of gun safety and also gun utilization, right? So that's going to the gun range or going to the backyards, going to the farms, wherever, setting up targets, teaching them how to shoot and take the target out, but also teaching them how to service their weapon. Right? Because that's very, very, very important. You can't just give them a weapon and then have it sit underneath a pillow or underneath a mattress for 2 years and then expect it to work when you need it to work, right? because
Oh
dust
no,
builds up. Those
I oil
parts
them up
are
weekly.
in those
I oil them
guns.
up weekly.
That's excellent, excellent, beautiful. But that's the message that we have to send to the fathers and to the men out there, right? When it comes to the protection, when you're not in your woman or children's presence, take them to the gun range, teach them how to utilize the weapon, but also teach them how to service the weapon, break the weapon down, teach them how to clean the weapon, teach them how to put the weapon back together. All of those things not only teaches them competence with the weapon, but also reassures them, right, that you're taking it seriously, and it gives them such an alertness that they'll have more confidence when they get into those kind of situations, right? So these are just some nuggets that all men need to utilize, because what we found is a lot of men will supply the weapons but won't train the wives and kids on how to utilize the weapon, right? So when it's time for them to utilize the weapon, what we found is women are freezing and they're fumbling, or the guns are jamming. Things are that happening. Now the opposition, they have the advantage over your woman, over your children, and that's not what we want. We want to prevent that. So we have to, we're talking safety, then part of safety without you being present is teaching and training your wives and children.
Yeah.
Woo! Love that.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Man,
Well, I usually
today's good. We
service.
getting down to some things today. Oh my goodness, we are getting down to some things today, and it's been a beautiful thing today. Also, my guy, he is back, looking like Lenny Kravitz. What's the word? What's your thoughts?
Man, I'm driving right now. I gotta go to Southeast go pick up this motorcycle engine, but I don't really want to talk because it's probably gonna be too loud, man. It's probably gonna be too loud, but I'm gonna listen though. I hear y'all.
Oh, looking like Lenny Kravitz. Oh my goodness. But I think it's highly important that we get these conversations out, because this is what we needed. So we understand that men and women both have the access to intercourse. It is not a one-sided thing. We got to stop acting like it is a one-sided thing. Just because men are willing to chase down things that they don't actually want, and so that's why they get it confused with saying that women have access to it. It's just that y'all just chasing anything. Y'all just throwing things against the wall. Anything I walk about, hey ma, what's good, lady? What's up, ma? You know, y'all say your little game, even though it doesn't work. You do it to about like 50, 11 times until it finally works, and that's why you get the idea that women have control of it. And the reason why you think women have control of it also is because this whole new idea that social media gave women this unimaginable plethora of peen for them to choose from all of a sudden. Like men do not have a new broader range to holler at women. They holler at 100 they do like 100 DMs a day. That's how they get all the goddamn women on the damn thing. So your options moved up as well. It ain't just the women options moved up as well. Stop the cat. Some of these men, that's what they preach. They say, hey, listen, all you got to do is go through 100 DMs. One of them is going to say something. Vic, no, I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, usually sometimes it'll work.
Regardless, is what I'm saying is that both parties have the options. We got to stop acting like all of a sudden just because the internet is jumping, that all of a sudden it's only women that's benefiting towards the internet for relationships. It's not true.
I think one of the misconceptions as to why they only think that women are the only ones that are the gatekeepers to intercourse is because you hear a lot of men even say it in these spaces themselves, that if a woman wants to have, intercourse, all she has to do is just go up to a man, and most likely he's not going to turn it down. I mean, there's that old saying that a man ain't going to turn down nothing but his shirt collar, right? Damn. So they want to They want to make sure that them having no dick discipline is equivalent to them not having control over sex. They're equating that, and that's not the same. You know what I'm saying? If you can't say no to a woman, and it doesn't matter if she's a butterface or if she's slim in the waist or whatever it is, if you cannot say no to
MJ. Since when you rapping? I didn't know you could rap.
I'm from Queens. Anyway, I'm from Queens and Brooklyn. Anyway, so but like I'm just saying, like if you cannot say no to a woman, if she comes up to you and she wants to pursue you in that way, that doesn't mean that because women have a little bit more discipline, or I guess more like, I wouldn't even say necessarily discipline, because I don't even want to say that, right? I would just say that women tend to have to be more fearful due to social, how the social engineering is about how women are perceived by being promiscuous. That's fear tactic. We have more to worry about fear tactic about us being shamed and walking around with a scarlet letter of being promiscuous or a hoe versus you don't. So that's why y'all don't have the same fear tactic as to being more disciplined when it comes down to sex. So I think because of that, that's the reason why you feel like, well, I have a harder time having sex than a woman does, but it's off of the person's discipline. You know what I'm saying? Because if a man, just think about it. If a man was just as disciplined as a woman when it comes down to sex, or be like, nah, I don't want to have sex with that girl. I don't want to have sex with that girl or have sex with that girl. Guess what? The woman's not going to have sex. She's not going to have sex just as much as a man wouldn't have sex if a woman said no. And in fact, if you want to talk about the raw dog culture, where you have some men who want to talk about it, y'all say that y'all have the power and the strength to take it from us, whether it's yes and no. So who really don't have control when it comes down to intercourse?
Yikes. It's scary. It's
gotta
scary.
admit
It's
it,
scary
MJ.
talking part. It's scary. But we're gonna get Vic to understand that men and women both control this thing, and he's gonna stop saying the remedial rhetoric that he was spewing out earlier. We're gonna get him around. We're gonna work Vic around. And he gotta understand that, like, when we talking, we are not just talking for our righteous selves. A lot of times when the men come on, they feel like we are attacking men by just being honest, right? And then they said, no, Sharon, it ain't men just out there grabbing women up in the broad daylight. He worked with her. And then I got a video of it happening in Queens that happened just yesterday when a mom had to fight him off to save her daughter from whatever this man wanted to do to her. It probably wasn't nothing nice. And then we also got a video of a woman saving her man. He was getting chased down by some men at nighttime. She came out with the AR-15, say, back up off my man.
Oh yeah.
So we see that, we know that these men are capped, saying that they are the providers and protectors when they women got to work the same way that they do. And also the women got to protect the house the same way that he does. This is a relationship. And this is why a lot of times in this day and age, women are leaning towards the word partnership, because men are not in a position to be the sole provider and the sole leader of this relationship. And we just got to have to call it is. The times has changed. The reason why places, when these men gone overseas to find wives, when they find them, they looking for the good wives. Those women over there that are considered the good, fit, friendly, and submissive, they also educated, they also well-mannered. And the reason why they are even attempting to marry outside of their country is because the men are playing below the standard. And so now they're looking for other countries like America to partner up with. And the same thing is happening here. The women are doing a goddamn thing. They are moving along the lines. They the most educated. We know is a set of women that's the most educated. We know they got. We know.
That's a fact.
We know what the best looking women in America are, because most of the other women is trying to emulate them. We know who it is, but we act like we have a blind eye to it.
I agree.
So us men, the ones that is doing the right things, we got to stop trying to save the ones that's doing the wrong thing. Stop having survivor's remorse for all men. It needs to stop. That remedial rhetoric has to stop. When I'm talking about men, if you are not that dog, don't holler. I didn't hit you.
And that's the hard part.
That's right.
That's the hard part.
Go ahead, Otis. Why you say that's the hard? Why you think that's the hard part? Why is it so hard for a men to understand that it is a subset of men that are doing the wrong things?
Oh, it's definitely a subset of men. There's no argument there. But as one of the good men, and that may be hard for people to believe, but as one of the good men, of course there's bad men. I don't believe, and I might be proving it wrong, that it's as many as people make it out to be. And that's very scary to me. So when you talk, it's hard for me not to take it personal, but it's not at the same time. But I don't hear a lot of men in opposition, not too many. There's a few, but not enough to come on, which we need to fight against what you're saying. But you make a good point. You make a good point. I shouldn't be up here taking it too personal, especially if it's not me. But it's hard for me just to believe those numbers that you say that it is high like that. It's hard for me to believe. But if it's true, it's true.
Yeah. Shout out to my baby girl. This is my real life daughter as well. Shout out to her. So this is why I go hard like that. This is one of the reasons why I go hard like that, because she be listening, she be hanging out with me, and she needs to see the difference of character of men when she see them. She needs to know who is who.
Hey, Otis, let me ask you a question, brother. Let me ask you a question.
What's up? Yes, sir.
In your opinion, if a man says that a woman has no value outside of sex, would you classify him as one of the good guys or bad guys?
If I had the choice to make it simple, it'd be a bad guy.
That's it. That's honorable.
So yeah, if it's simple like that, yes. I keep it simple, yes. But again, that's why I keep using these words, macro and micro. The macro part, yes, that's the easy answer. Yes, he would be considered bad. The micro part is what I tend to dwell in for some reason. There's a lot of other moving parts that could explain why, even though I don't agree, I learned that word, the difference between sympathy and empathy, thanks to Sharon and Aaron, and I forgot the young lady. Yeah. So I will admit that. So I have sympathy for it. So that's why I push back on that. But again, that's part of me trying to put everybody in the same bucket.
Right.
But again, I push back on the number of people that you and Sharon be talking about. I push back on that number. I don't think it's that high.
Oh, it is.
There's a bad element out there, of course. Yes, but I don't think it's that high. That's what I push back on.
Hey, shout out to PJ Austin. That's right. You want to read that, Otis? That's for you.
Otis growing. God, good to see. Hey, man. Okay. I'm gonna thank you.
Here we go. Yeah. That's it.
Get out of here.
Hey. That's right, Lee.
Hey, Otis.
What's up, man?
I got another question. So if a man is saying that we need to treat all women like hoes, do you consider
Here we go.
that man a good man or one of the bad guys?
Okay, allow me to answer it. Out the back, the macro answer, bad guy.
Hey.
The micro answer, because I sympathy, I understand what he was saying and the way he articulated it. I don't agree with it. I wouldn't move like that. So the macro would be, yes, he's a bad person. But the micro would be, I understand why he said it, and he articulated why he said it. And that's my answer. We lost him? We lost him?
No.
Okay.
Here, the reason why I ask these questions, right? Because you said you don't believe in the numbers, and the numbers don't suggest that a lot of the men are moving in that way.
Correct.
But the reason why I ask that question, because these are the type of questions that come up on these panels, and time again, the men are aligning with that ideology that you said was bad. Yeah. So if that's the case, then we have to understand that there is a large amount of
Population.
men that are moving in that nefarious type of way with that nefarious type of ideology. That's why we're here at the solution-based group rebelling against that remedial rhetoric, right? And we can't just sit there and think that, oh, well, it's not a large amount when it actually is. That's why we're having these conversations, because these are the conversations that are happening. You have a large amount of men on YouTube that say, hey, women don't have any value outside of sex. As a matter of fact, if I can get the vagina in the can, I would.
Damn.
You have a large amount of men sitting here saying that when you treat a woman, you should treat all women like hoes until they prove that they're not a hoe. These are the type of conversations that are happening here. And this is why we have to understand that men, there's something happening. There's a distinction that's taking place. And that's why I said men are becoming lovers of themselves, right? Because they're showing that they're loving men more than they're loving women, which is an abomination to me.
Damn.
That's not what God intended for us, right? I'll say again, when God created Adam and he realized that Adam was lonely, he gave him Eve, which was the perfect companion, right? So when men get up on these platforms and say, well, hey, I'm gonna be a lover of men, I'm gonna take up for a man, and I'm gonna fight the cause of men, right? We got to understand what's happening here. There's a separation that's taking place. And I believe it's gonna morph into even something even more nefarious, where men are gonna just start loving men. That's the problem. That's why we got to put a stop to it right now.
I believe
And
they
tell
call it.
these men what they call it, Sharon.
I believe they call it a Boston marriage.
Man.
And that's what we're trying to prevent that, right? We're trying to prevent these Boston marriages, because Boston marriages turns into Boston massacres.
Damn.
We don't want any of that, right? We want our men to just get back in line with what God intentions for a man to be, which is to protect the woman, which is to provide for a woman, which is to lift a woman up, not put her down. They call men who are lifting women up and not putting them down, they're calling them simps.
That's crazy.
Like, where are we in society when these type of things are happening?
Yeah, that's crazy.
So we can't just dismiss it as a small minority of men. No, it's a large majority of men who are thinking, behaving, and believing these weird, crazy things, Otis. And that's why I said, listen, you got to stop yourself from having that switch up spirit, because you don't really align with those men. You really don't. But you're forcing yourself to switch in alignment with them. And that's what I'm trying to get you not to do.
I'm gonna rock with you, Browns, man. It's just something about how you say shit, but I rocks with you. I swear I rocks with you.
Hey, Otis, have you ever heard of a Boston marriage?
No.
Do you know the term?
It don't sound good though. It sounds like something homosexual.
Yeah, you can say that. So it started off actually with two women. So a Boston marriage is historically is cohabitation of two wealthy women so they could get married independent to support from a man. So now, so now what Kevin Samuels was promoting not too long ago before he passed, he said he think men are going to have Boston marriages, meaning, the roommate lifestyle. Like how, we had a whole conversation about that roommate lifestyle, because wouldn't that be the next thing that makes sense? Two men, they both making really good money, but now they spending too much money in taxes. How else are you going to evade the taxes? Through marriage.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
So that's going to be the next step. It's going to be like, we all could be roommates. And then, hey, what's the best way we can start paying less taxes? Let's get married.
It already is happening. I seen a white guy. I seen a guy on IG, and he literally put out a proposition for a man to marry him. He said, "Listen, if you're a guy out there, let's get married. Listen, I have the perfect setup. We'd be a roommate. I have a room. You have a room. We go split on all the duties and things and chores in the household. You pay your share. I pay my share. You bring whoever you want to bring. You bring whoever you bring. We could sit and watch movies and football each other. It'd be perfect. It'd be great, but I need somebody to help me with these bills." And that's literally what he said. It was a whole proposition. So, I mean, that's what's gonna happen, because men are not dumb that, well, I will not say some men. Some men are not dumb that there is benefits of being married, especially in the society and the government that we live in. Even our taxes are done on the basis of having a two-parent or a two-family household, two-parent household. So you have to be married to actually really have the benefits that you really need to get out of this country. So of course they're going to utilize things like that. And then if you have children or whatever not, then you have other situation where you get benefits from that. But I do see it happening. I definitely see it happening more. There's going to be a shack up. They're going to be like, listen, let's just go ahead and get hitched, because now it's not no test out there to say, hey, are you actually part of the alphabet community? There's no test to say, are you really in love or anything like that. You could just literally marry whoever you want. You just can't marry children legally in this country.
Yes, absolutely. And Ayana, yes, hit the link. We would love for you to come up. And yes, it might be being a roommate might be the weed, the gateway drug. Yes, that might be the gateway drug into men saying, hey, we might as well get married. And then next, hey, I might as well reach around and help you out too.
And Sharon, I mean, we sit, right, and we joke about it. But the sad reality is these things are happening, and they're becoming more prevalent, right? Because Otis, you was on a platform on Friday, right? It was the 25-year-old gentleman. I forget his name. But this particular gentleman said, hey, I have a roommate. Me and my roommate, we live together, and we don't care if our girlfriend is smashing the homies. We don't care about that. And I'm like, you don't care if your woman is smashing your homie? No, we don't care about. He said, we don't move the way y'all move. We're moving in a different way.
Yikes.
And Otis,
he did say that.
There. You was right there, Otis. You heard it, right?
Yeah.
So
yes.
So we can't say, man, this stuff is not happening, and this new brotherhood isn't, coming into prevalence. It's happening, Otis. We got to recognize it, and we got to rebel against it, because I didn't hear a lot of pushback. I was waiting, Otis. I was like, man, I know Otis is really going to push back against this.
There we go. Thank you for saying that. I knew that I knew the real Brownsville was going to come back. Okay, let me respond. I miss you, the real Brownsville. I miss you.
Would you please stand up?
Listen,
can I please?
Otis,
yeah.
Otis, let me tell you, man, I was rooting for you. I was like, man, I know. I said, I know.
Wow.
Otis, he is going to definitely tear that ideology apart. But you was sitting there, you was like shaking your head. I'm like, Otis, you hear what the gentleman said? I know you don't agree with it. Now, Otis, tell us what happened, man.
I love the way you
explain to us in the audience how straight men advertising for a husband is a good thing.
How what? Hold on. What, we gonna answer that question? Your question or what Brownsville just said?
How straight men advertising for a husband is a good thing.
How straight men advertising for a husband is a good thing.
Yes.
I'm not gonna I'm sorry. No disrespect. I'm gonna address what Brownsville said. I don't agree with what old boy said. Of course not. I love that. No, I don't agree with that. But let me ask you a question. What's the S word called? The switch, whatever. What word is that?
Spirit. You got to switch spirit.
Switch spirit. Okay, I'm so serious about this. Is the word switch spirit and the word sympathy, could it be possibly that you're putting those words together? Possibly. No, I'm asking Brownsville because I'm serious about that.
It's not. No.
No,
I believe that's what he's doing, because I don't agree with nearly half of what I forgot the man's name who said that. What's his name? Eater Man or whoever it was. I don't want to put whoever was saying that. I don't agree with that stuff. I don't agree with over half that stuff. I really, really don't. Let me make that clear. I don't agree with that. But me having sympathy, I'm stop using the E word because that means I understand. I don't agree. I understand why they would think that. I don't agree with it, but I understand.
So you telling me you understand? Let me get this straight.
Yes,
Otis.
and make sure specific.
Okay,
yeah.
so I want understand what I'm saying, and I want you to break down your understanding. So tell me how you can understand a man that says that has a woman or has a wife that says, "Hey, I don't mind if my wife or my woman smashes my best friend."
See, did he say? See, I'm not trying to be funny. Words are important. Did he say wife?
He said woman. So he said woman.
But he didn't say wife. Okay, a woman. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
His woman. He said his woman. His
Okay.
woman. Right. So
okay.
So basically, that can be his girlfriend, his wife, or whatever. He just said that that's not a problem in this day and age, and for him and for his likes. And you said I sympathize with that, right?
Which means I understand. I understand why he would.
Why he would do that. So to break that down, what is the understanding
real
of
simple.
why that will be right?
Oh, let me explain it to you, and let me make sure I make this clear and make my words very clear and precise. I personally don't believe that. That's against my moral standings and all that. I don't believe that. But in this generation, for some strange reason, and like this panel even said, listen to them. This is what they're doing. This is the reality. And in their reality, they, in my day, will call it, they pass each other around. I didn't hear the R word. I didn't hear the word coercion. I didn't hear any of those aggressive terms that I'm not going to say on here. Evidently, it's an agreement. They all agreed on this. That's what they're due. I don't agree to it. So in that point, if that's how they move, which I would classify that as going through their whole stage, man or woman. That's what I would concede, because he did say out of the whole conversation, he met his wife, who he's happily married to now. He did say that. Now, I don't agree how he probably got his wife, but he got his wife out of that deranged situation. So I understand it. Would I do it? No, hell no. So that's how I would answer that, sir. And that's the truth.
And also, hey, you know what? He ain't here to defend himself. But yeah, I'll leave it.
I did make that clear, right? I don't agree with it, but in this society, that's how they move. And can we call that they going to their whole stage?
I guess because also she wound up bringing her friend near too.
Exactly. So no coercion. No, ain't nothing that come up. So that's how they move. Okay.
And he said they got married as well.
Hey.
So hold on. So other men skeeted inside her that he cool with her.
I ain't going all through that, but basically,
I don't think they shared the same woman, but she wound up bringing her homegirl to the roommate's house to say, "Hey, listen, I got the lick right now. I'm about to get this dude to marry me. I think it's a possibility that you could probably marry the roommate as well, so we could both get this lick together."
My bad. I thought maybe I'm listening wrong. I thought Bronzeville whole thing started off with the man allowing his wife or lady to screw other men.
Oh no.
Well, in that situation, he didn't say wife; he said woman.
Yeah, he said.
So, but he did, and he found this wife. That is correct. That was the whole true scenario. I remember vividly. He had they wasn't married at the time.
Yeah,
I don't even know if it's the same woman, but he did say he brought a woman over to the place, and
a few of them.
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah, but he said out of that whole outcome, I don't know if it took a couple of years, or whatever. He found his wife that he's been happily married for 2 years. Did he not say that?
Yeah, I believe so. And he just recently I think he just had a baby with her too.
Yeah, so we're not making nothing this up. Now, again, I don't agree with that.
We're talking about Eater Man, Darrell.
Yeah. So I don't agree with that, but that's how he do it, and that's what this generation does. And I'm not trying to be funny. I think they call that they whole stage. They're going through that. That's what they do.
Women don't have a whole phase. That brother found value, brother Otis, in a woman despite her doing these different things that some man might find odd. And it goes to show you that it don't matter what you do in this life, ladies. No matter how many peens you suck, how many bodies you have, somebody will appreciate you and love you. I can see my time.
Yeah, if you break it down like that, true. If you break it down like that, you're right. Somebody don't care about their body count. Some guys like that. I don't care. So you right. But that's a whole other conversation. I know.
Yeah, we're not gonna dive into that one at all.
I think
and if y'all can, anybody that is can you please come up if you can? I appreciate it if you can. If you can, that'd be awesome. Thank you, Vincent. What up, Lee? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to it real quick. I think it's just really about guys who kind of want guys to stay in this traditional lane of how relationships with women and men go, and how society now is moving towards a different type of energy. So when Otis kind of gives his synopsis on that relationship, he basically trying to say, yo, if it worked for them, it worked for them. And I 100% agree with that because, if you can come out here to Miami and you have a married couple who married and they've been together and they trying to have, some dude come and with the wife or whatever and vice versa, and they still together, I mean, how can we really judge it? I think, and what I noticed a lot is people who religious who really do the judging. Like that group of people ain't gonna judge the religious people. They not even worried about that. But somehow it's like this kind of attack where they like to use the Sodom and Gomorrah, the world's coming to an end because things ain't traditional like it used to be. But in reality, things are changing. We have more access to people like crazy. Like right now, like I could be in Miami talking to a girl in Nevada or in fucking like Utah. Like the amount of extent that we got communication is going to just breed more attractive people wanting to touch each other and get close to each other, man. So I've never tried to bash those type of relationships. It is what it is. I respect the traditional ones and the non-traditional ones. As long as y'all not up there beating each other ass or abusing each other physically or anything, have fun, man. It's one life.
Right, I feel you on that. I see you, Vic. Be careful on that road, sir. I see you.
All the time.
Shout out to
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Fincel Jack, aka Mr. Gets No Chicks, PhD. But you there?
I'm here.
Go ahead, girl.
All right. Sounds like the Diddy and Cassie situation. Didn't Diddy use her like a kitty cat credit card?
Bam.
Gotta be careful, man. Them trains and three-ways might come with some future consequences. If she gets married, she might later tell her husband she was coerced.
Damn.
See, he brings it. But that's what he does. That's what he does. He brings up them damn scenarios.
Ooh.
That's crazy.
I agree. Listen. For once, Fincel is right. They say a broken clock is right twice a day.
There you go. Look at him. There you go.
So Fincel is absolutely right in this sense, right? We know that that's a weird type of ideology to say, oh, I want my woman to smash my homies. Matter of fact, it turns me on for my woman to smash my homies. Sharon, they wasn't doing that. You know they wasn't doing that kind of stuff, man.
They was not.
Like we not cut from that type of cloth.
Absolutely,
you know what I'm saying? Otis, you know you ain't cut from that cloth.
Of course not. Nah, man, I don't want to think about it, bro. Yeah, you right.
Same thing. Like our woman is our woman, and we don't want nobody else messing with our woman, right? That's a man thing. All real men is going to align with that mentality, right? What belongs to me belongs to me. It don't belong to my homies. So when men get on these platforms and they spew that remedial rhetoric, Otis, we gotta do our due diligence to say, you know what? That's weird. That's wrong.
Come on up,
what?
Ayana.
It might be it might be a little bit something wrong with you. Maybe you're queer. Like
Damn.
maybe you think differently. Maybe you align yourself differently than a real man will. Maybe, like Sharon said, maybe you need to just come out.
Just come on out. We're gonna
Hey,
accept you
Brownsville.
as
In
you
the
are.
closet, just come out.
We just need to know who you are. We need to know what we dealing with in real time.
Hey, Brownsville. But to that cap, to what you said, and
And
I
come
had to
on up,
think about it.
Ayana. Please hit
And
the
this
link.
is, and this is true, but again, it goes to the numbers. And again, I know they out there, but it goes to the numbers. But this is true. I know a guy. I live in St. Louis. I'm not putting him out there like that, but I know a guy. He's from Chicago. He migrated here to St. Louis. This has been over 2 decades ago. Go touch him. God forgive me. He set his wife out like that. I didn't partake, but I know this happened for sure. Now, again, even though that's not my lifestyle, I don't agree with that. To me, that's morally dude, I would never do that. Are you kidding me? That's crazy.
Otis.
But at the same time, at the same token, I could go touch somebody who does that ignorant shit. But you brought up a point. There's something else going on up there. I don't know what the numbers justify. I don't know what the numbers, you see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. But I agree with you though, Brownsville. But I could touch somebody that thinks that crazy shit.
Otis, don't you know how many times I done seen guys? I have seen it over and over. Guys meet a female, in a relationship with a female, bring the female to hometown, let a couple of dudes hit them.
Oh damn!
They feel like that woman did something that was amazing. Well, she down for me. They ended up marrying them. Telling you.
Damn.
Look, I done seen trains ran up on females. Look, the dude.
Dan, you broke up. You breaking up.
Hey, yo, Otis, I wanted to ask you a question about your dude. Your friend or whatever. Is he you still cool with him, even though you know he did that?
It ain't weird. Oh,
Some of them still married. There's a lot of noise in the background, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute you for a quick second, Vic, until you get into a better area.
Yo,
what was
Otis,
your
did you
question?
hear my
Unlikely?
question?
No, could you repeat that, sir?
I said, no. Yeah, I got you. I said the guy that you said was doing some wild shit, right? Is you still cool with him? He's still like.
Yeah. We still friends for real. I'm not making this up.
Exactly.
Hey, Ayana, so when you hit the link, your microphone and your camera got to be connected for you to come up. It wouldn't allow me to add you to the stream. So please hit the link and make sure your camera and your microphone is set up so you can be a part of the show. We want you here, especially if you find like how you say you are. You goddamn.
I think, I think in these conversations, man, like it's just like again, like who gives a fuck about what this guy doing with his life, bro? Like there's a lot of dudes that are businessmen doing this weird shit on all type of weird shit. Dude that you probably just should like. That's why to think about this type of stuff is like I be kind of thinking the people that think about it and kind of bash be having a weird fetish a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because like, why do you care about what this dude doing? Why do you want to hold him to some standard that you should equate to and the people in your circle? Like, I'm not trying to get people down and be like, yo, we should hold them to this standard. Why? And be like, they not a man. I just think that kind of talk is just, it's just complete rhetoric, man, and it's disingenuous, bro. Because
no,
again,
that's not true.
Some of the most powerful men be having weird ass sexual urges, bro. We've seen it. All of us have heard about it, seen it. If you actually tell you, it's usually the dude with the most money. It'd be this white dude or this black dude or Indian dude, whatever, who be wanting some weird shit to happen. So what? He automatically not a man. Why should we care what he do?
That's what
Unless
happens.
you want to be a part of it.
Yeah, so it's okay for us men.
Bro.
So what I'm saying, Lee, it is okay for us men to have and hold men to a certain standard. Yes, when men deviate from the standard of men, yes, we can say, hey, bro, yeah, you make money, you top 1% of that, but all these other man attributes, You've fallen short of it, and it is okay for us to
Not
call
all
it out.
these other man attributes. I'm
That's
just
right,
saying,
because
like
men is more than just
a
making money.
non-traditional. I'm just specifically talking about. We talking about a non-traditional sex pattern that a man has, and we're gonna come at him because of his sex. That's behind closed doors. I
Yes,
truly don't
that's
give a
what we
fuck.
do as men. Exactly, that's exactly
I
what we
well,
do. So
a lot of us are lying to ourselves because your boss probably just got finished getting his, some weird shit happened to him, and you shaking his hand. So are you walking up to every man like, yo, let me holler at you real quick, bro? You doing any weird shit? But nobody doing that. So it's just disingenuous. The
that's
whole
not so.
conversation.
We're not saying that we just go out to where people and just say these things. We're saying that when we in a conversation and this information comes up, we can absolutely hold you to a certain standard once the information is presented to us. So if I'm making 100,000, he's making 300,000, he could absolutely say, Sharon, I am kicking your ass. I'm a better man than you at making money. And I got to be okay with that until I can prove otherwise.
I mean, in that conversation, I stand on the same thing of principles is why the hell is he able to say something about your buddy? It shouldn't really matter. But look, again, I think it's kind of weird that we had these conversations about what men want to do and we bring it up and we make it seem like it's all men or like it's this version of men. It's not, and then even if it is, we would never know, bro. Guys lie. Guys will say some shit like, yo, no, I don't do that. But then you go ask his ex what he was doing. He was like, yeah, I had my finger all up his butthole.
Oh,
so it's
my
like, man,
Oh my
like,
God.
y'all dudes just be
Oh, you just
capping,
got
bro.
demonetized. Oh, it's
Oh
over.
my
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
goddamn. PhD, but please.
Oh my God. Over.
Not all men claim
Shutting up.
Fincel Jack. Not all men claim they're women like that. Sometimes they girl is just they 304. Men don't always believe they could ever truly possess a sentient creature with agency, woman, and so they adopt. She's not mine. It's just my turn, or her body, her choice.
Ooh, that's a very good observation because some men are just acquiescing to what the woman is, right? And I think it's nothing wrong with a man saying, hey, listen, I like hoes, I love hoes, I'm going to marry a hoe, and he is going to have to accept that he's going to have to share her from time to time. I think if a man, he love hoes the way how we know these men do love hoes, he needs to accept her as she is, believe her when she says she is a hoe. So Fincel Jack, aka Mr. Gets No Cheeks, is 100% right. If you find yourself in a strange situation, love that hoe for what she is.
Hey,
Love
Sharon.
that.
And be
Sharon.
prepared for men
Sharon,
to
let me ask
attack
you.
you for it. Because it's going to be the
Let me
men
ask
that's
you
going to
something,
attack
Sharon. Sharon, let me ask you
Yeah,
something.
we're gonna get Brownsville, New York in it, and Trinidad T. You can come in right after Brownsville, New York.
Sharon, so what percentage of men do you believe are living this my turn marriage? Because that's basically what Fincel was talking about. He's talking about the my turn marriage.
Damn.
To where I'm married to you, but on Monday it might be my turn, but on Tuesday it's Freddie's turn, and Wednesday is Johnny's turn, and then Thursday it might be my turn again, but Friday is Joe's turn.
Damn.
So what percentage of men, and he's
I wanna hear this.
100% happy with that. He's content with that. And matter of fact, it turns him on. Like to Lee's point, we should accept those type of men, even if they're queer.
Hey, yo, bro.
They're still men.
Brownville. Don't quote me. Brownsville, don't quote me. You quote me terribly, bro. Don't quote me, bro. Because I never said we shouldn't accept him. So just don't quote me.
You're
Go
not
ahead,
saying
bro.
we. So what I think is this. So what I think is that Lee in the state that he's in is probably a very high percentage, but in a place like Oklahoma is most likely a very low percentage. But if I was to go with America, right? If it was to go with the whole of America, since I would say 49% of the men, 49%.
Hey, yo. Hey, Sharon, yeah. Hey, yo, Sharon, I'm not saying accept them. I'm saying mind your business. That's what I'm saying. That's it. Not accept them, mind your business. So you
Damn.
Can,
Go ahead,
big
Trinidad
difference.
T. Let us
Big
know,
difference.
Trinidad T. If a man marry a hoe, should he allow her to be a hoe? What you think, Trinidad? You on mute, beautiful.
Boy, your questions is beautiful, boy.
There you go. Go ahead, Trinidad T. Oh, damn it. Damn. Why you can never get your microphone fixed, young lady? Trinidad T, you need one of those young. Oh, there you go. Now you sound good. Go ahead, Trinidad.
I said no. If you're a wife, you're a woman. Your whole days is your whole days, but you're a wife now. So no. And I just came up here to listen to you guys and represent for the ladies, because we can be on camera.
Yay. Thank you. I appreciate you, beautiful. Chuck and Yell, what are your thoughts?
I'm just here listening.
So I just came back up here to say, Lee, if you, because you flying like a motherfucker on or wherever you at, but when you listening, sir, that was some ultimate pause, filthy work that you displayed with the finger in the butthole. Yeah, that was very disturbing, sir. I'm just like, what?
Oh God,
that was filthy work.
That was definitely filthy. That was definitely one of these moments right here. It was.
Hey yo.
Go ahead,
I had to drop it home, man. I had to get them to understand.
Hey, yo, no Diddy. Hey, hold on, Lee. Unlike Lee, you cannot say fingers in strange places and then say drive it home. No Diddy.
Oh my God! Stop it, man.
Yo, but on some real, listen. If you marry,
hey, yo, that's funny as hell.
If you marry a Thunder Rat, hey, respect the Thunder Rat's requirements.
Hey,
yo, she was a hoe before you met her. Hey, she choose to be a hoe. You can't complain. That's the contract you signed, right?
I agree.
I'm glad you said contract. Yep.
Yo, so you can't. Y'all people got to stop trying to force somebody to be something they not. Yo, they showed you that they a hoe, so let them be a hoe.
Damn.
Even after you marry them.
Yo, Trucker, can I ask you a question real quick, Trucker?
What's poppin'?
Do you feel like the men are trying to force these men to be something that they not?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Ooh.
That's a good question. I would say. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yes on this one. I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't say they're trying to force them. You can't force no male to be a man. That you got to earn that. You got to earn that title. I think if you try to force a male to be a man, then yeah. But I think every male go through their trials and tribulations, and once you become a man, you a man. That's just what it is.
Mr. Sharon,
yes.
Y'all just brought up a good point. I just watched the movie Just Right with Queen Latifah and Common. And y'all remember that movie? Have you seen it? Where the sister, she was studying to be a gold digger, and Queen Latifah was true to herself. And Common realized, who was the true one in the movie, for his love. Because y'all said, yeah. I
But
just watched it.
So Queen Latifah was a home wrecker?
No.
She was the one.
What I heard. Trinidad T. What I heard is that Queen Latifah stole her sister's man. She is a home wrecker working in her own family.
Sharon, stop it,
No. The sister was studying how you study to be a gold digger? She was literally studying to be a gold digger. When Queen Latifah, she was doing her job, and they just came naturally. And they
Trinidad T. Did those young boys come and pick up your trash this weekend?
My babies. No. We put our trash in a dumpster, but they do it for me. Yeah, they do it.
I know the young boys be hanging around. I know they be hanging around your household trying to take out the garbage and get some free macaroni and cheese.
Boys, girls too. They all love me. I feed my babies. Yeah, they my babies. I give them.
I know you do. I'm still waiting for Ayana to come up and cam up. What up? What up, Brownsville, New York? What it do? You on mute?
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on?
There we go.
So my whole thing for Lee, right? He's saying that we should mind our business, right? And I understand that. I understand that. But listen, when men come up on these public platforms, it's no longer his business, right? It's public business. You know what I'm saying? So if it's public business, then yeah, I have a right to speak on it, especially if it's nonsense, especially if it's foolishness, especially if it goes against my moral standards and principles and values. Yes, I'm gonna speak on it. I'm gonna rebel against remedial rhetoric always.
Absolutely.
So if a man is purporting anything when it comes to, oh, well, we need to pimp out our women and we need to allow other men to sleep with our women, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy
Like,
right there.
to me, that dude is a queer. There's something wrong with him. He's not a real man.
Yeah, dog.
And I'm going to stand on that.
Me too.
He's not a real man.
Yeah,
and
I'm
I
not
tell
standing
any
on that
man
either.
that.
Yeah.
I tell any man that in his face,
Woo.
online,
Woo.
wherever.
Damn.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Like we gotta call it out when we see it, when it's visible to us. We absolutely 100% got to call it out. What's up, B Love? How you doing today? We gotta call it out. That's just what it is.
I agree, but my part is, I dislike the fact that I could change her or I could change him. Yo, the way he moved from the beginning of the first date, okay, the way she moved, is an example. Like, don't no woman want no dude that can turn on his masculinity on and off. No, he got to be masculine. I want a woman that's gonna be a woman from the get go.
From the
You know,
jump.
she got to be, and it comes natural. I shouldn't have to beat your eardrums up for you to be nice and kind hearted. No,
Right.
I want you to be like that genuinely. I'm not
Right.
trying to change. I don't want to change. I want to keep you who you are, right? So if you nice and gentle and sweet, say you might have a little bit of feistiness on you, cool. But you're more kind hearted. Hey, respect you. I know that's gonna be you at all times. Now I'm trying to convert a 304 that ain't got no respect. Absolutely not. I'm not doing that. No,
Absolutely not.
I'm not changing that. And I think women gotta move like that too. If he an asshole to you and he don't respect you or nothing like that, stop trying to convince him that, hey, you could be a good guy. No, find you a good guy that's gonna be a good guy from the beginning to the end. All right. Yeah, you as a woman shouldn't have to force a man to be a fucking man. He should be like that from the beginning. All right.
Woo.
Straight up.
Landed
keep it
there.
a buck.
No lies told.
About to be a situation.
No,
Go ahead, PH Diva.
All right, Fincel Jack. Oh, I see how y'all get down. Shaking my head. It's okay for a wife to use her husband like a workhorse to obtain resources for the family, but if her husband wants to use her body, it's wrong. Let her hoe or let her go. You married men are selfish and controlling of your wives.
See, who the hell Femcel Jack? Well, you crazy. Well, you cashing up though. Hey, keep doing your thing, though.
Finchell pay to talk his shit, don't he?
Talk her shit. Damn. Okay.
wait a minute.
So hold on. So
So
now here's the thing with this. Right? So we can't use. What happened,
Mr. Yell, you saying you're not trying to change her. Nobody is saying change. You can't change an adult. They stuck in there. However, y'all grow together.
No,
Y'all grow together.
Yes. You hold on. Before you hold on. Just think about this. Before you grow together, you was kind hearted. You was sweet before you met the dude, right? You was sweet before you met the dude. You was kind hearted before you met the dude. You respected
Hey,
yourself
yo.
before you met the dude, right? It shouldn't, and
Yeah,
you can grow with the dude, but that's who you are genuinely. You've been like that way before you met that guy. You know
Hey,
what
yo,
I'm saying?
Sharon.
right.
Hey, yo,
What I'm
So,
Sharon.
saying,
I want to take back. I want to take back this city not being a city of debauchery. Look at this shit they don't put back here, bro.
yell about change, and I'm saying join together. So if this
Bro, they got a shorty out here. Ass. It's.
Oh, there, hold on.
So
God
let me
damn.
show you this shit, bro. Look
What
at
is
this shit,
that?
bro.
Damn.
Bro, it's a naked sculpture of a woman, bro.
Yeah,
Titties
man.
and everything, bro.
Hell yeah. Hey,
Wow.
so what I want to say is this. So, okay, so he's saying
I
that
turn this
you can
camera
use the
around, man. Your channel immediately gonna get demonetized. There's booty everywhere, bro.
damn. Hey, so look, so we're
Nah,
not saying that she can. So if the man decides to be a workhorse, that's usually the man just deciding to be a workhorse. That's him
Right.
using
That's just
himself as
him.
that.
That's
That
just
don't
him.
have nothing to do with the latter. So now the woman, if you using your woman's body, that is completely different from work. And the problem is a lot of times men try to use that, oh, I'm paying the bill, so now I could use your body. And that's the problem that a lot of men are having. That's why they have unsuccessful marriages, because those two do not correlate with each other at all. The things that your wife provide for you is way more than sex. This is why we keep running down the list of things that happens within a marriage or in a long lasting relationship. Let me just say that because I know a lot of people are running away from the word marriage. So that's why we do not use money in correlation with sex, because the things that is provided to you within a relationship, sex is the least thing that you do within a relationship. Even if you had sex every single day, it will still be the least thing that you would do within a successful relationship.
Well, I don't think they're getting into marriages. I think they signing contracts, bro. Well, he make 100,000. That's more than
Right.
he make 100,000. He got this nice home, and not realizing just because he got a lot of money doesn't make him a husband. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make him a provider. He might have a
Right.
crib, but providing comes in multitudes of things: stability, mentality, mentalness, the teachings, the beliefs of God, all of that. That, bro. It's so much that comes with it, with the providing and protecting. Them two things alone comes with a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to buy it, I always say if you want to buy a chick, and more power to you. But
Right.
guess what? If you want to buy a chick, best believe she could be bought again. You know what I'm saying? Buy a body, do anything. So
And I
Look,
also want to say,
they
I
got
think the
I also want to
problem
say,
is, know what the problem is? The problem is we as people are not staying out of people's business, not letting them go and run their program how they supposed to run it. We don't determine whether that man is looked at as a man in his household. He can be a straight out hoe, and his wife can love that hoe until he send him to the nursing home. That woman can be a hoe, and that man can love that hoe from the tip of her hair to the bottom of her feet. We need to stay out of these folks' business because that's their program they running, and they running it real well.
Hey
We don't
Vic.
determine what they are.
Hey
hey,
Vic, more
Tucky,
We
power.
so why,
are.
why, why in the chat they saying you have two wives, like that discredit anything that you are saying? I
I
never,
got
I
you.
never
Okay.
understand that. I never understood, like, if it is true, right? Let's just say if it is true, or if it's not, it doesn't even matter. Does it
Oh
negate
no,
the things that he is saying?
it's
That
true. It's
uh,
true, but that don't negate what I'm saying.
correct.
Yo, from the very beginning of my situation, I said, yo, I was honest. I didn't sit there and sugarcoat shit. I didn't have to go behind the back and say, hey, and cheat or none of that. But see, a lot of niggas too afraid to be honest with their women again. Yo, you want what you want? Be honest from the get go. You and best believe you can get what you really want.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't listen. At the end of the day, yes, I have two wives. Yes, I have a village, a real village. But it's just two women that I respect equally, love equally, appreciate equally. They get the same treatment. They in brand new cars. They don't motherfucking work if they don't want to.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? Kids are straight. Kids got their own bank accounts. They ain't got to worry about college. None of that.
Damn.
Now,
Is
you
that
got
considered
one.
traditional?
Say that again. Who
Is
said
that
that?
considered traditional? Is me.
No, he never said nothing about traditional. He just gone down the thing that he's doing
No,
and
no, no.
why.
I don't know. I know. I was
And
just
why he's
asking,
standing?
is
So this
that
is the thing. So when he said he's standing on the principles that he's standing on, he just running down all the things that he's running down, so people can stop questioning him, acting like what he's saying
Yeah,
doesn't have any kind of
nigga,
validation.
dude, like people be like, oh well, you got two women, so what? Do you see how I treat my women? Am I going behind their backs and disrespecting them and having multiple babies and all this other shit? No, nigga, I ain't just with two women just to be fucking on.
Right. That's so that's the key on like
I got a
that we was
village,
trying
bro.
to. That's
Yeah,
the
I got
key
a
that we was trying
village.
to get down to. He's not with two women because of sex or so-called
wait, but I didn't.
discipline.
No,
We
not
also got
no,
we
but
Yeah.
a lot of
we
people,
also got misalignment. We got misalignment here, and clearly misalignment want to talk to Trucker Yell.
Oh
So
Lord,
go
here we
ahead,
go.
Chuck Yell. And before
Go ahead,
misalignment go,
man.
I want to say, Jack, thank you so much. You are so appreciate your questions are so dope. It's keeping the conversation going.
Shout out
Thank
to
you so
Jack.
much for having that insight. I appreciate you 100%. Thank you. Go ahead,
Most
Mr.
definitely,
Alignment.
most definitely.
Yeah, you can hear me, Trucker?
Yeah, I hear you. You kind of breaking up, but I can hear you.
I'm breaking up. I gotta get some new headphones. All right. So my question is, I noticed you spoke on dick discipline earlier. So, is having two wives a form of dick discipline?
Yes, it is.
Would you care to expound on that? When you have multiple vaginas in your house?
Multiple
Yeah,
is true.
that's not
So
the
Dick,
real
hold on,
question
hold up.
is
So
it
let me tell you,
Brother, I'm talking to
if
Trucker. Can I just talk to one person?
hold on, so my dick discipline situation is it has nothing to do with the two. Whether it's the two that I have in the house is cool. It's when I'm away from them. It's when I'm over the road. I could be out here I could have 50 different chicks right now in each state and multiple kids, but I choose not to.
There we go.
That's the dick discipline. See, there's a difference when a nigga know how to control his dick and say no and don't let dick dictate his fucking life. That's where you see truck drivers who got their own trucks, but they struggling. And the reason why they struggling is because they
How
own
much are
child
those?
support from different families around the country.
What piece is that? Let me see.
that's facts, Trucker. That's facts.
It's
I'm
not
just
iPhone.
That's
All right, give me those ones. The one
yo,
with the
bro.
blue
Somebody got
tip.
to mute up. Somebody got to mute
so
up.
that's the choice that's the choice I'm choosing, man. I don't have to.
Hey,
I
yo,
choose
Trucker.
to do that. Yeah.
Trucker. I wanted to ask you. Would you think that most people would think that that is a traditional marriage?
No.
Come on, Trucker. Okay.
No, I wouldn't say. No, I'm gonna be honest with you. No, even though I treat it like it's traditional. No, because I always get that question right there. Oh well, you got two women, and you got two women. Yo, you just fucking and sucking. No, you just got you got you
No,
got a bunch of chicks. It's just
but
like
you see
nah.
the and I'm not raining on your parade because, like Vic said, shit, who are we to put an opinion or judge anybody how they live their lives? Like, I think that's one major problem we have getting on these panels is we tend to get feedback and try to dictate other people's lives when they're actually happy. You see what I'm saying? So who really
That
are
part.
we to be this judacious and judge people off how they live their lives?
I'm not. Listen, I'm not judging them. I'm saying if you choose to be with a woman
I
that's a
1,000%
304,
agree.
don't complain about the results you get. Because she might not be a 304 with you right now, but when it happens, you can't complain. You can't be like, oh, I never knew she was a HOE, or I never knew he was a HOE. Yo, you chose to marry this dude when you already knew he was a nigga that had 8 or 3 baby mamas. You chose that. What you complaining for?
Nah,
Or you
for
chose
real.
to marry a woman that got 4 baby daddies. And it's nothing but drama. Yo, you chose it. Don't complain. Don't cry. That's the contract you chose. If you didn't want that contract, maybe you should have chose different from the
Yeah.
beginning.
Nah, for real.
If
But
I
Otis,
sign a
That's what I
contract,
see. Too many
if
people
I sign a
complaining about their
contract with a
choices.
woman if I sign a contract with a woman that has 4 baby daddies, she got 4 different kids. When we get married, you gotta put that pussy on me. You wasn't tired then, don't get tired now.
Otis.
Uh-uh.
There you go.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you know what I'm
There you
saying. I
go.
already
That's
know
what I'm
Otis, you can
saying.
hear me,
you
Otis?
can't be tired in the
Yes,
house no
sir.
more. And ain't no, you can't get access to this cat.
So
Or you were working that cat just fine before we got together. Don't shut it off now. Turn that
that
motherfucker
that
on.
that nigga Lee
Shit, you
Yeah.
got
cruising on
4
that
kids.
There you
motherfucking
go.
speed bike.
I don't know what the hell he riding on. I want one of them.
He out.
motherfuckers.
He
He
enjoying
on the
his time.
freeway. Shit.
But
Nah,
Otis.
but for real, man, you choose what you choose, man. If
Hold on, I'll show it
you
to
want
you.
the things you want, man, you got to put in the work for the things you want. If you're not gonna put in the work to get what you want, then I don't want to hear it. That's where I'm at. Cause too many people expecting to convert a bad woman into a wife.
Nah,
Like,
for
yo,
real.
nah, dog, don't do that. Let her be what she chose to be that way. Let her be whatever
So
she want to be, and
yeah,
let move on. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah, let me say this to Otis before I'm about to get ready to go in the gym. Otis,
Okay.
real quick.
Uh-huh.
I remember when you first came in this, like, over to Bracey's channel. You know what I mean? You never apologize for what you say. You never double down. You never back down. It seems like once people once people don't be on your side with your talking points, you change it to try to pander to them. Like far as in Brownsville got on you early. He said what he said, and you was talking about, oh, I'm hurt, I'm in my feelings, and then you started to retract certain talking points. I'm like, damn, you got the deep voice and stand up, bro. Don't backtrack,
Could you
bro.
give me an example? Because I don't agree with what you said, but could you please give me an example and I
And
will concede if you're accurate.
So, Mr. Limey, are you saying that OtisWho is a switch spirit?
I believe, like, once people, a lot of people I notice, once a lot of people get on these spaces and they notice that people don't like they try to, like, I'm not gonna say conform. I ain't gonna use that word for you, Otis.
I
But
got you.
like,
I'm listening
if
to you.
they're not on you, if what you saying don't align with them, it's like you will try to back off your natural stance, how you came into these spaces with, just for the liking of other people. When I thought it was just to be opinionated, we all be on here prattling, and we all got our own stance. So what's the point of giving a fuck if somebody like you on this panel?
Can I please answer
Go
that?
ahead.
Yes, you can absolutely explain why you are a switch spirit. Go ahead.
Again, like Sharon just did, and I love him for that. He tried to trigger me. But to answer your question, I would like for you to give me an example. But before you do that, I believe that I am doing this. I say what I have. I hear what Sharon say. I hear what Brownsville say. Again, I don't agree with a lot of that shit they say. I really don't. I let them say what they say, and then I say my side. To me, going back and forth too many times, it just doesn't resolve anything. I'm well aware of what they're saying, and I know it seems like I'm getting double teamed. I just feel like I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, and then I back off. And hopefully when somebody go back and rewind and listen to this, they heard what I said. But to go back and forth, just to go back and forth, yes, it's fun for a while, which I do, but then I just not concede to be conceding, but to concede in the fact of I said what I said, and hopefully it is enough.
So
But
so
if
the
you can give me an example of where I actually changed my thought process, please give me an example, and then I would try to combat that.
And also, before you go misalignment, also Otis is somebody that he understands when if he had to implement something in his life, he's willing to change it if it's correct. If he could come up to a version of whatever is being said is a correct, or he had a different understanding of it, and now it's changed because he understands that new ideology is a better version of what he thought the first time. He is somebody that's willing to accept that as well. So that's another thing that you gotta put into play as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's irrefutable. I can't get into that part of it. But an example would be like earlier today in the conversation when you said what you said about what transpired in your house and what you teach your daughter and your son. Well, I meant your daughter. And Brownsville had his take, how he is. He's very conservative and traditional. And you double back on it like, I couldn't articulate myself well. I apologize for that, brother. No, you said what you said. You stand on it because nothing you said was wrong.
No, see, I'm glad you said. I'm glad you said that. Thank you for saying that. You misunderstood that, and maybe I said it incorrectly. What I said was I was giving him credit, and I don't mind saying this as a man. He articulates his points better than I can articulate it. I've never said I can see what I say. I'm going to always stand 10 toes down on what I said, but I will concede, which I need to do better on myself to articulate my point better. But I stand on what I said. So hopefully you could articulate what I'm saying. I'm not saying I agree or conceding to what he's saying. I'm saying that he's making his point more better than I'm making mine. And I'm man enough to admit that. But I'm not changing my point at all.
That's fair, Otis, but I know I don't want to stick on you too long because I know other people want to opine as well. But my thing is, like, when you say that he articulate better than you, you got your voice is very clear. So I don't know what you mean by that. That's why I said when you retract your statements when people don't fully understand you, it's another group of people that understand you, Otis. Like me, when you talk, I understand what you're saying, bro. When you say articulate, like you illiterate or something like that. Brownsville got his perspective. Yeah, he used a little bit more words. You know what I mean? He a little bit more verbose in his statements, very long-winded. So if that's what you mean by articulating,
so pretty much, this is what Mr. Alignment is confusing. He's confusing articulation and being wrong and strong. Those are two different things. Otis do not like to be wrong and strong. So when he's wrong and he realized that he's wrong, he would change his vocabulary to understand that he has to change it to be in the correct path. He do not want to be wrong and strong. That's not something Otis is trying to do. So now articulation, what Otis is saying, that he was able to get his exact point out and everybody understood him exactly how he said it. Because sometimes Otis, he says things and he mean it a certain way, but it comes out differently. That's what he means by articulation. Those are two different things, Mr. Alignment, and you got it confused. Shout out to
About to be a situation.
Shout out to Fencel Jack. He said, PhD, but where you at?
I'm right here. All right. Gotta go. My brokenness is becoming apparent. Let a hoe be a hoe, even if she's your wife. Consent is complicated and legally it doesn't make much. Wait, what? Consent is complicated and legally it doesn't make sense. Child. Okay, lastly, most women only have vag to offer. Most share their body or have a baby but can't sustain a marriage.
Ooh, shot fired.
Shot fired. I'm out. Great show, Sharon.
Thank you. I appreciate you, my brother. I really do appreciate you to keep the conversation going, keeping the show going. Thank you. We need more support like Fencel Jack. $2 is and up.
Yeah. Shout out to Fencel Jack. Even though he's a broken clock, but he was only right once today. Fencel, I need you to get it together, man. At least be right twice. You know what I'm saying? You was only right once today, man. But,
Gracie.
Yes.
Earlier, and then another thing. Earlier today, we talked about people insinuating things.
Okay.
And I literally said what I said, and you interpreted what I said for me. When I literally said it, and I was very clear on what I meant by what I said. So that's not painting a narrative.
No, that's not. So that's me explaining to you that. So again, so that's the difference with the articulation is what Otis is trying to explain to you. So
exactly,
you thought. So your brain, your thought pattern, you said you thought you communicated what you thought. However, your words communicated something completely different than what you actually thought. Exactly. That's what the articulation comes into play.
You know, sometimes in life you just gotta bow, and I bow out. I'm about to go to the gym and get big.
Now you know what I feel like. Now
I'm about to go get big. I can't do this. I'm about to go work out. I'm out.
You understand what I'm talking about. There you go. You say what you say. I heard you. And for the record, I took everything you said as constructive criticism. But you just did exactly what I do. You say what you say, and you just concede.
Right, because when somebody's just better at articulating, you're just gonna have to learn from it and say, "Hey, I got to get better at my sharpness." This is why we always say on this show, "Still sharpen stills." Don't think that Otis is not giving us a great. He's giving us great points and things to communicate. Because now, when somebody else that cannot articulate as good as Otis, because he is a good articulator, it's just that I'm a little bit better at this point in time. Right, or at least with the points that I try to argue, right? So now, but when somebody else comes that is less articulate than Otis, I'm gonna really cook them. It's not even gonna look like it's a fight.
Triggered.
But yo, I got a question.
And you know what he be doing.
I got a question to the gentleman that said he's involved in a polygamous lifestyle, right?
Oh, that's me.
All right,
I'm
my
listening.
question to you is your wife able to get an extra husband? So does that polygamy work both ways? Can your wife
Nah.
get
Nope.
extra husbands, or is it just
Nah. Nope. Nope. I mean,
so
listen. There's
so
this.
so
So
hold
there's
on.
there's
So
there's
let me ask the
different. There's
question then.
different.
Let me
I'm
ask the
sorry. Go
question
ahead.
then. So
That's what I've been waiting for.
frame your ideology to us to make it make sense to where the woman are able to comprehend it in a way that they're not feeling offended, right? So you're saying that you're married to two women and they're both of them belong to you, and you saying you love them, you care for them and all those things. But then you said that if they are not feeling fulfilled by you, that it's not allowed for them to get an extra husband. So just kind of explain that ideology for us.
If they want, listen. If they want fulfilled me, to me, we might as well separate. But there are situations. There are situations that are like that. I can't remember what the because there's different ways of poly, right? And one of them is a woman has multiple husbands. Put it like that, right? So, first off, I wasn't even trying to offend women, just to put that out there. But my situation is a little bit different. Um, my situation is more of family, right? Now, the satisfying part, there's different ways. Like if it was just sex, then sure, I wouldn't even. I would have had a bunch of whatever. You can do whatever you want to do. I don't care. But it's not like that. So I don't know how to better explain it. It's just I just move differently. That's it.
No,
Like
I
it's
think
not.
that
It's a good.
I think you said it perfectly. I think most people when they think of the lifestyle that you live in, they think that it's mainly about sex, and I think
Yeah.
it's needed for men that's in your position to explain like no, it's not just about sex, because
But here's the
even
thing.
in single just men and women marriages, they still say it's all about the sex. So
So
even
here's
when
my
it comes
thing
down
though,
to two
Sharon.
women, you got two vaginas in the house. That shows how much more communication that you actually got to have and provide to the unit for the household to move in sync with each other. And that's something
But
that's
here's
important. So people can
yeah.
understand that it's really about the communication part and the compatibility part more than the sex. So it's very important.
Yeah,
So
but
that's why he asked. That's the real
like
reason why he asked the question, so you could just articulate it and not have men just focus it on the
yeah,
sexual.
but see that's the
Quick
thing though. Like
question. I
a
want to
lot
ask a
of
quick
dudes,
question.
man, if they want to be honest, a lot of dudes they be smashing other chicks with other, smashing women with their chicks. So you telling me you can do that, but then you don't want to turn it into a village aspect? That's ass. Why would you, bruh? If you able to do that shit, if you able to, you and your lady able to smash another chick, then you should turn that into a village. And if she don't want to do that, bro, that lets you know, Lodi, if she's selfish.
Quick
I'm gonna
question,
call it what it
trucker.
is.
Quick question. I want to ask a quick question. Look,
Who's that?
if so I know you got two wives, right? If you are not allowed to have sex with both of them, would you stay with them?
You
Would
said
you
what?
stay in that relationship? You got two wives. If you were not allowed to have sex
If
with
I'm not
either
allowed to
one of
have,
them, would you stay in?
He wouldn't be
Would you
married
stay
to
in
her.
that relationship?
listen,
Would you stay in that
listen. I
relationship
was
just because what they capable of doing?
I would I was the reason why I would separate wasn't just because of sex, because they selfish. Like I don't want nobody selfish in my life. Like straight up. I don't want no selfishness in my life. Straight up, I'm just calling it what it is.
So
Yo,
what he
you
was
gonna use
trying,
it
so
as a
what he was
weapon?
trying to do, Trucker, what he was trying to say, if you cannot have sex with the woman, then therefore you wouldn't value her and she wouldn't be your wife or your second wife, is what he was trying to say. They want to take something that is essential to a human being off of that person and say, would you still be with that person?
If
That's
you
the crazy
using
part.
it as if you're using
If
it
my
as a
wife wasn't
weapon,
as smart if you took the brains out of your wife, would you still love your wife? You know, that's the kind of
like
question that he
listen,
asked.
If it's
You know what I'm
medical,
saying?
if it's a medical situation,
That's
then I
completely
understand
different.
that. I'm
Right.
cool. But if you gonna use it as a weapon, whether it's one woman or two women, I'm good on you. I'm walking away from you.
No, I wasn't talking about using it as a weapon. If the rules were, okay, these women provide certain things and they help you with certain things. You can do all that. Anything else other than have sex with them, just be with them because they are helpful women to your life, your group, your colony, whatever you feel. If you couldn't have sex with them, would you still
Okay.
stay with them? Even though they are doing everything they're supposed to do. They're taking care of the kids, handling the business, pay the bills while you gone, everything else. But you just can't have sex with them. Would you stay in that relationship?
No, because it's a selfish act. It's a selfish act. Do you understand? It is a
I'm
Yo, let me repeat this again. It's a selfish act,
I'm
Joe.
not saying they're using it as a weapon. I'm saying the rule is you just can't have sex with them. But they offer
Yo,
things that help you as a
okay.
man.
Let me
He
ask you a
don't want
question.
to. He
Are
don't
they
want to
have? Hold
understand.
on. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Now, we can just
Is
cut
it
it
just
short.
this?
You ain't
Hold
gotta
on.
answer. If that pussy
Hold on,
ain't
Vic. He
fat, the
trying
man
to.
ain't gonna be there no more.
I'm trying to.
He's trying to answer you, Vic. He's trying to
Nope.
answer you, Vic. He's trying to answer you.
Oh, Sprite. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Is the two women still consistently having sex too?
They having sex with each other.
They having sex with each other, but I'm not included, right?
They ain't supposed to be having sex with each other. That's an
I'm
abomination.
asking,
I don't
is
put
that
in
what you
all the
saying?
cooking.
Let me try.
No,
Let me try to
I'm
clear it up
saying
for him. Hey,
they
Vic.
are
Hold on, Vic.
value.
Vic,
Okay,
listen.
women.
Vic, listen. Vic, listen. So, are the two women having
Thank you.
sex at all with other people other than
No,
him?
they ain't having sex. They
Oh, say
ain't
it
supposed
again.
to
So,
have sex with
so
nothing
Vic.
other
So we
than a
want to make sure.
man.
Hold on, Vic. So we just want to make sure we get the reference understood. So these two women cannot have sex at all with no human beings in the world.
No.
Well, that's the different scenario. But
But
again, so I
I'm
guess they get
saying,
some kind of
but
they
the
got some
whole
kind of
thing, the
medical
value of
procedure
a
done for
woman,
them.
hold on.
I got you, Vic, because
The
you chopping
va-
up. So I got you. So he's saying that these two women have a medical procedure that they got the JJ taken out of them. So if they got this thing and they cannot have sex with no other human being in the world, would you still be with these two women if they did everything else? I'm
I'll
assuming they
still
could
rock
still
with
use
them.
it.
I'll
They could
still
still
rock
use
with them.
their Vic. They could still
I'll
use
still
their
rock
hand
with them.
and their mouth. Is that okay?
I would still rock with them. I would still rock with them.
That's it. He said yes.
I'm gonna be honest. I ain't gonna be like other dudes and sit here and lie. I'm gonna be honest. I would still rock with them.
Here we go.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro, because it's not just about. Again, I keep reiterating this. If it was just sex, sure, I would probably bounce off the door. Sure, fine. But it's not just about sex. Sex is
I agree with
that's
you there.
cool and all, but you know what I'm saying? Longevity wise, bro, that's not the main goal. My goal
It's
is to
not.
create a dynasty, a motherfucking empire on righteousness. You know what I'm saying? I want my daughter and sons to be married to a man, woman, all of that. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna stand 10 toes with that, regardless.
Nice.
Mm.
I
That's
ain't
what
gonna
we
do
need. We
other
need
than just
honesty.
keep it a buck. Yeah,
Great
I'm not about
job.
to
women,
sugarcoat
if
that.
you believe it, women, if you believe that, you crazy. If the pussy don't pop, everything stop. If
All
the
right.
coochie ain't there, the man ain't gonna be there.
Hey, well,
Look,
hey, listen.
ain't
Hey,
no
there,
man.
well,
Look, it
then
all
guess
boils
what?
down. Look, that
Then
coochie
again,
holds a certain value.
Then you,
Oh,
my
yeah.
guy, you can't complain when you receive that type of woman in your life. Y'all, a lot of dudes be, oh, well, she gonna leave me and all this other stuff. If you got that type of mentality of living in bad faith, more power to you, good sir. You
Right.
gonna get the results you gonna get, point blank,
And
straight
also,
up.
we understand that it's plenty of people that have long distance relationships for real, for real. We know
Yeah,
there's people that travel a lot where they don't get to see their wives a lot, right? These are all because you're talking about something that's a very minority anyway. If it was these two women that couldn't have sex, that's so small of a
Mm.
minority of a question, right? Because we know most human beings can. Most human beings can perform. It's very rare that this happens. So if we talking about that, and then we could go into the extreme of the billionaire that sees his wife once every 2 weeks. right? Because that man exists. He got a plan, a dinner date every 2 weeks with wife because they both so busy.
Bro, I don't think
Right.
y'all
Think
realize.
about the president. How often do you think Barack Obama was actually piping down Michelle when he was the president? It wasn't happening that often. So it's so many examples of men that it is way past the sexual aspect of a marriage when it's being successfully done. That's just what it is. And we need to be more honest about that.
No, I think a lot of people got weak ass foundations.
Damn.
They don't got no.
And
They say one thing, but they don't live on it. A lot of people don't.
Michelle also came out and said she couldn't stand Barack ass too. So, all right, y'all, come on, y'all say solution based. Let's be real. The man that stays away from that house 2 weeks at a time, you're gonna have problems. You go out to the poor reads, you go out to these people that got these jobs, that they got the travel, you're gonna have problems, you're gonna have some conversations. Let's be real. If you don't get yourself together and get yourself out there rolling back up in my house, I got to leave you. Because this pussy need to be popped. That's what she's gonna tell you now. Because somebody out there ain't gonna do a damn thing.
We understand what you're saying. However, what we gotta really have the conversation about is making it a little bit more realistic and not just go by your own personal situation. However many times you need to get it done, that is cool. That is on you. But most people that's having these successful relationships, they are not fucking 5 times a week.
Vic, here's another thing that I don't think Vic want to talk about, but I'm gonna keep it a buck. What about the ones that are successful and they doing this? Because most of the people I know that's like this. Thank you. Most of the people that live totally opposite of what you're doing, the women get spoiled out this world because she sat there and was held that man down even at his lowest point in his life. You know what I'm saying? He might have went broke, all this other shit. They still was rocking with him. And then when he got back on his feet, what? She got everything she wanted to get. Everything. So let's keep it a buck. Listen, if that's the contract, you listen, again, if that's how you want to live your life, more power to you. Just don't complain about the results. If you want to sit here and live in always in bad faith, don't complain about the results or the people that comes in your circle or your household or any of that. If you have that type of mentality, don't even date. Don't even start a family.
Life is about what you can put up with. A lot of this stuff, man, that we talking about, people are not telling the truth. Y'all ain't telling the truth.
Vic, I got people that have literally lost everything because they met a woman like that. And then the next woman who could deal with the situation of him working and all this other shit, hey yo, they got the best of the world. You know who be mad about it? The same person I left. The same person I left. So let's keep it a buck. You know, as a truck driver, you got truck driver friends right now too, who lost everything from one woman, and the next woman got everything, and the first woman was mad as hell because all she had to do was hold the house down, but she didn't want to respect it. So the next woman did, and she winning. So what it is.
So Miss PH Diva, are you still there?
Yes, they
I'm
live
here.
together.
Go ahead, PH Diva.
Miss Space. Sharon, can you ask Trucker if they all live together?
Yes. I got a
I thought
village,
you
a real village.
So my understanding was that, and I guess people can do it, especially over here where it's not really culturally based, but that like in many cultures where they practice that, the women have their own domicile.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I mean, there's different ways of doing it. It's just my thing is we're all together in one household. But in other cultures, you gotta have they gotta have their own home. You gotta buy their own home. They're each of them a home, a car, all of that. But in my house, they got all of that. Except we just in one house right now. Because I'm trying to get 200 acres of land, so that's the goal for me.
Wow. I find what you're saying very, very interesting because, again, seriously, I've been coaching a all-female over the age of 18 and older for a female kickball team for the past 15 years. and a previous teammate. She lives that lifestyle. She's one of 4 housewives. I'm just throwing a term out there. Hopefully I'm using it correctly. Even though I don't agree with that lifestyle, but to each his own. They don't have their own contract. But it amazed me how the community aspect, the kids, how they all came to every practice, how they all came to every kickball game, how they came to every community event. They all came together. And the outside people will be talking that talk. You know how they talk. I know you experienced it, but I saw the community. And I also saw the side where they didn't want to see this. I saw where other females got into it with the young man because he was very verbal. But them women, his 4 wives, they surrounded him. They protected him. Whoa, there was another side. So I saw the community and I saw how it could work. I could see how it could work. But you could also see, as you experience, how the outside world could perceive that. And I know that's not even about sex. I could imagine, in my mind, I'm thinking sexually. I ain't gonna lie. How can he satisfy 4 women? But I guarantee you, in his mindset and within their community, because I've seen the kids, somebody doing something. But my point is, I'm pretty sure they have their own understanding. So I land my plane.
So
and I've
Otis,
seen it firsthand.
Otis.
Yes.
The reason why you can see it is because you coming from a perspective of a man, right? And
yes.
so you looking at that as, oh, well, hey, 4 women, you looking at your overindulgence of yourself, right? But what I'm interested in is getting a perspective of a lady, of a woman, how she feels about that and how would that kind of situation appeal to them. So the ladies on the panel, PH Diva, Happy, if you still there, whoever, whatever ladies on the panel, I'm interested in how you feel about that. And is that a situation that would appeal to you to make you want to rock with it and say, yes, let me get 3 or 4 more women and get with this king and let's have a village?
That's a good question. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's a really good question.
According to the numbers, I'm not gonna speak for them. I know they're gonna
No,
speak, but I would bet they would say no.
Otis, PH Diva, Supreme Goddess, are you there?
I'm here. Now, what was the question? I'm sorry. You know, Otis never misses a break in conversation to start talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my question was to the ladies, right? You Trucker did a great job of breaking down his situation, and then Otis came back and he gave another situation of the similar ilk. So my question is to you as a lady, is that something that would appeal to you, and how does it make you feel as a woman to say that, okay, men think it's okay to have 3 or 4 different women or 5 or however many, and that they can have a village and he can be a king, and like Otis said, they can protect him and all those kind of things. Is that a situation that you think will appeal to most women, or does it appeal to you? And in what way would it appeal to you?
So your first question, do I think it appeals to most women? No, I do not. So even when you peel back the onion on in cultures where it's a routine practice, you'll see that there's a lot of strife, and you'll see the women a lot of times will have issues with one another, which is one of the primary reasons they have to give them separate domiciles, right? To cut down on some of the friction. The kids, a lot of times it can cause issues with the kids because there's a rank ordering in terms of where you are as a wife. What number were you, right? So the first wife got all the pull and all the rank. And then as you go, down or increase in number, those wives
When you go
have,
where? I missed that. When you go where?
as you increase in number. So the second wife,
Oh no, I
you
thought you
said
said
go
you was
down.
going to
Pause,
go down.
pause. So as the number of wives increases, then those women are, lower in the pecking order. And so one of the primary reasons humans started getting married to begin with was to control how resources are passed down, right? So then when you are lower, when your mother is lower in the pecking order, then that means something for you as well as a child in terms of your inheritance. And so it's a lot of issues that the average American is probably not going to be aware of because we don't see it up close. But I said all that to give you reasons why I think most women don't prefer that. It's not something that most women find attractive.
So can I?
I'm sorry,
Go
can I
ahead.
finish my sentence? That is so weird to me that these men who always talk about how logical they are and how they don't think out of their emotions, but cannot let you finish a sentence before they start talking over you because they just so hyped up to get whatever, message they got across. Give me a second.
PhD.
No.
Well, nobody tried.
Yes, you were.
No,
Yes, you
no, I
started
was
talking
not.
over me. And here you go. You still
And
doing it. So
no,
to answer
I'm
your
coming
second
back at you because
question,
you started with the motherfucking energy first.
Brownsville, to answer your other question, is it something that I would be attracted to? No. If there was a really, really extremely wealthy man and I could be like wife number 25, so he'll never get to me, but I get taken care of, then perhaps. But under any other circumstance, absolutely not.
Number 25.
Yeah, I want him to never get to me, right?
Damn.
I just want to be
So,
taken care of.
Go ahead,
so
Truck.
Brownsville, can I answer the question? So, first off, it starts with the man. Okay, that's where when you what you're talking about, PhD, it starts with the man. So when you see that, that's because of the man's situation. He ain't put no order or no type of foundational principles down from the beginning. Two, even though that's that man's life with the four, I think that's a little too much, but I think two is enough, right? And that's what I'm looking at. It really starts with the man. So if there's any problems or anything like that, who gets the lower this, that, and the third, it's the guy. It starts with him. All you got to do is say, yo, I don't care what number you are. You're going to get treated equally, respectfully, and that's just what it is. Now, if you live like that, more power to you, but it ain't right. You know what I'm saying? And then, thirdly, I wasn't trying to interrupt you, PhD, so I don't understand where the energy came from because I wasn't even rude to you, but I'm gonna just put that to the side.
Did you not start speaking while I was talking?
I barely said anything before
But
you
did you
started
say
acting like
something? So
a
barely said anything means that you
yo,
said something, which is
yo,
interrupting me while I'm
PhD.
speaking.
I'm really trying to respect you. I'm not
There's
trying to
no
return the same
reason for
energy.
you not to respect me. I'm just pointing out that you started talking when I was speaking. And I don't even understand how that's a debate.
So now when I return the same motherfucking energy, it's gonna be a problem, right?
I haven't cursed at you. See, that's the thing.
No, no, no,
Y'all
no,
don't
no, no, no,
understand
no,
what
no, no. Don't
turning
try to get
energy
no,
is.
no,
No, no, no.
no,
When
no,
did I
no.
curse at you? When did I
No, I
curse
don't
at
give a
you?
fuck about cussing or not. Yo, you
Right,
started with the
exactly. So
energy
you
and I'm
own some
returning
other
it
stuff.
back.
No, you're not
It ain't
returning it
got
because
shit.
I
No,
never
no, nope,
disrespected you by
nope,
cursing at
nope,
you. See,
no,
that's
no,
the
no.
thing.
What you try to do is
Oh,
emasculate,
okay.
and that's some
So I don't have to
bullshit.
try, honey. I don't have to try.
You
Look
are
at you.
trying,
I'm
my
not
guy.
trying to
Look at
emasculate
you.
you. I don't have to try to emasculate you.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
that
yeah. You
fucking
did just
fat in
try,
your stomach
motherfucker.
that's holding estrogen, that's what's fucking emasculating you, motherfucker. Okay? So now if you want to do it, bitch,
Oh,
we'll
that
do
is
it.
so
If
cute.
you want to do it, bitch, we'll do it.
So now
But
I'm
I
a
wasn't
bitch
even
too,
trying
right?
to go there with you. I just said that you started speaking when
So
I
you
was
see what
talking.
I'm saying?
Exactly, because now
So
I'm
when
returning energy
when I
too,
return the
motherfucker.
same
Yeah,
motherfucking
now
energy,
I'm
it's gonna be a
returning.
problem,
So
right?
let's do it. We already down this road, so let's fucking do
All
it,
right, look.
nigga.
So where we gonna start at then?
Right?
Hmm?
Hey, I'm right. I'm
Hmm?
already here. So come meet me. Come meet me.
Where you want me to meet you? Hmm?
Right where I'm at, nigga. Right where I'm at.
Where would that
Right?
be?
You returning
Where would
energy,
that be?
right? Right where my
Where
energy
would
is
that
at.
be? Where would
Right
that
where
be?
my energy is at, nigga.
Nope.
So now what?
Nope.
You fat motherfucker.
Nope. What is the thing got so I could? Nope. No, absolutely not. We're not. No. You know when we get past 3 hours, it gets crazy in here. God damn it. Shout out to everybody that stuck out with us, that hit that like button. Everybody that is a part of the solution-based group. We are here rebelling against remedial rhetoric. I think we got down to some great things today. We got down to some really good solutions today. And I will see y'all mañana around 9 a.m.-ish. Salute, and I will see y'all later. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all.